757 Spy Flight on a Tuesday. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Thank you for coming on in today. I hope you are doing really, really good. Thank you for coming by today. Super duper happy St. Patrick's Day. Thanks for coming in. This airplane is not spawning. So the scenery package that I have here, this is one that I think we've had for a while. We've been to Glasgow before. This is the one that you get from the marketplace. So, and this one does have static airplanes in place. So the TUI jet was there. The Iceland Air is a real airplane, but that's why it is that it looks like somebody has spawned. There is no spawning going on. This live stream is indeed safe for the kids. So, welcome on in. Thanks for coming by. Tim Dog found the four-leaf clovers. I think Ollie found four-leaf clovers earlier in chat today, too. Hi, Rich. Killa's here, too. Hi, Tim Dog. Loviz, thank you for being here as well. Again, hope you're doing really good. We've got at least a few flights to do today. We're starting off in Glasgow, and we're heading over to Dublin. And then Greensboro, because it's green. And then we've also got, we're going to Boston. I don't know what airplane we're going to take on that one. It's a default emoji on any device? Really? Because I was looking all over the place for a four-leaf clover because I was watching Sibby got the A340, and that's one of the airplanes that she's pretty knowledgeable on. So I was watching over the Sibby flight today, taking notes, and I wanted to do four-leaf clovers and stuff. So there you go. Lovis, okay, yeah, the other choice you had was the UK 2000 scenery, and that has no statics in there. I think this was just something that I got. It was, it was some sort of a VATSIM event or some sort of maybe it was one of those flights that we all just do in the spy flight where we go and, maybe this was a landing from a Hogwarts flight or something. But anyway, that's kind of why it is that I've got the one with statics. I did go to look and see if I could turn it off somewhere, but I couldn't find a way to turn them off, so they're just there. Loviz says maybe we should take the F-28 into Boston today. Is there a good livery, or do you just want to take the F-28? I don't know that there's a green beer livery. I don't know that I've seen anything like that. I also went looking for, like, leprechauns and stuff, and I didn't see that either. Holy Planeception, Durkea, yes we do. Yeah, I guess it's mating season here at Microsoft Flight Simulator. I better get off of there. But anyway, I've got a cute little Aer Lingus Shamrock A320 here. This is their older livery. Well, I was trying to get that. This is their older livery. The new one does not have that much green in it anymore. And again, I was always surprised that Aer Lingus did not include a four-leaf clover on the wing, on the tail there, because, four-leaf clover. I mean, we need all the luck we can get these days, right? Yeah, it is one of the older liveries. What plane has the S2 livery? I don't know that one, Martin. It does. I actually like this one better than the new one. I mean, this is just a little bit better for Shamrock, but it does look really nice. What else we got going on? I think that's about it. Loviz posted over in Discord earlier today that the Caravan has been released. So if the Caravan is your thing, there is a Caravan that is now available if you'd like that. I was watching the video earlier this morning. They released a 40-50 minute video on the L1011. That's the big old trijet, not a DC-10, but the Lockheed version of the trijet. And that video, I think, released yesterday, and I got around to watching it today, and it looks like there's an awful lot in that airplane. I think that one of the things is when I heard that it was going to have a SIVA in it, an INS thing, it was like, really? Oh, it's because Shamrock is 3 leaves, not 4. The 3 leaves represents the Holy Trinity. Oh, okay. All right, I can see now. All right, makes sense. I just, I'm all about luck these days, so. But anyway, I was actually kind of lukewarm, to be honest, on this. And then I saw the things that they put into into the airplane that really kind of got my attention. And I thought, okay, this is not going to be, you know, a crazy town. And the first thing that I saw was this picture here. So down by the SIVA and stuff like that, there is going to be a little application here. And this is where you can go and import your waypoints and stuff them into the INS, the system. And the reason I like this is because you almost always have to stuff in your waypoints when VATSIM ATC is saying, hey, United 441, get off your butt and do something. They just don't have the time to do these things. So they've got a little way that you can go. Now, if you want to put them in manually, go to town. You can do that. And I think that's nice. But that was one of the things that I thought was really, really great about when I saw the airplane. The second thing that kind of caught my attention is this is one of those airplanes that does have a flight engineer's position. And yes, like anybody, I want to learn about the flight engineer stuff. But again, if we're going to fly this thing on across the pond or something, and where it's just one of us, we're not going to have the time to do anything. And so one of the things you can do is you can just click this little page and hit autocomplete, and the flight engineer will do the job for you. I think that's going to be really nice too. So hats off to the developers on the L1011. I think it's going to be a fun airplane to learn, and it's going to be usable in a big VATSIM event when we're like really, really busy. So I'm actually changed course 180 degrees on that one, and I'm ready to party with that. Captain Chris, you got the EGPF from, yeah, that's the one that I got. And if I'd gotten it through Contrail, I could have turned that. See, I got this one a long time ago. I got it before I was doing all my stuff on Contrail. And so I've got to figure out a way to get that in from Contrail so I can turn off the static airplanes. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Martel. Thanks for coming in. Pauliot says, the legend is that St. Patrick used a 3-leaf clover to demonstrate the concept of the Holy Trinity when he was converting the pagan population of Ireland to Christianity. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. I didn't know that. I had no clue. Sadly, I'm afraid I'm one of those that doesn't have that kind of a background. And St. Patrick's Day for me is green beer. So there's a lot more to learn about this. There's so much more history. And ZLP7 is shocked about something. And Loviz says that's why there are 4 people in the cockpit. Yeah, I mean, these airplanes like the L1011, when it comes out, that's back when flying airplanes was a lot of work. So I like the DC-10 better. I always thought the L1011 was a schmancy 727, you know, with the little S duct down to the engine in the tail like that. So I always thought it was just, you know, I like the DC-10 more. That straight engine in the back, just a powerful plane. So yeah, Pauliot, I would imagine that you were force-fed. Okay, I'm all ready to go. Let's go ahead and turn on the airplane. We appear to have a little ATC here. So we're going to have some ATC going out. I'm a little shocked that Dublin's not up right now. Maybe they're just kind of getting ready for the party here. I'm not sure. But yeah, I would imagine that you ended up having to learn that in school and at home. Nav and logo lights, no smoking, seat belts, overhead integrated up a little bit brighter, integrated lighting down here up a little brighter, and a click here just on the flood. The weather over Greensboro is going to be windy and out of the east. Hey, Justice. Normally they do have a St. Patrick's Day event. I thought they would have. I really did. So let's see. Our airplanes coming to life. I did go into settings a while back here on the Phoenix, and I turned on settings so that when I got to the gate, the jetway would behave in more of an automated way. So the jetway, when you get to the gate and you start the airplane, jetway is going to attach, and consequently, when it's time to leave, you know, when you arrive at the airport, once you shut down the engines, the jetway is going to come out if you're parked in the correct place. So, you know, that's kind of a cool deal. All right, let's see. Flight management guidance and navigation data is groovy, although I don't know that many pilots these days use the term groovy anymore. Flight init and data request. Let's see. Over here, I just got a PDC. Scottish just set a PDC. Dublin is cleared. Shamrock 441 is cleared to Dublin off runway 23. The Normal 1 Hotel. Our squawk is initial climb 6,000 feet. Next frequency is report aircraft type stand number. When ready for pushback, PDC readback is not required. Thank you. Wow, that was so nice. Always like those. One aviator dude says that maybe the St. Patrick's Day event is on the 14th. Check your route. You got a reroute. Nope. I did not get a reroute. I got cleared off of runway 23 on the Normal 1 Hotel departure. I did not get a reroute. Okay, so this looks good here. Receive messages, and let's come on down here and let's do init with the WinWing McDo, which is one of the coolest things. Did your PDC say no PSU back request? Hi, Aider pilot, welcome aboard. Did it say no pushback request? My PDC said report aircraft type and stand number on 135.530 when ready for pushback. PDC readback not required. That's all that mine said. So mine says I'm supposed to report my aircraft type and my stand number to 135.5, which is Scottish, when I'm ready for pushback. Crythor, welcome aboard. Is there pinch? Okay, yeah, I got the wrong run. The other blue shirt does have a little bit of green in it. I did not have time to go to the store to get actual St. Patrick's Day like party favors and beverages, but I do have in the cockpit an Arizona green tea, and my can is green. Now, so I've got a little bit of green in the cockpit. I'm still finishing the morning coffee though right now, but I did bring something that is green. But, Cryther, you're right. Yeah, I got the wrong shirt. The other shirt has a green thing in it. Polyot says it's the wrong thing of green. Hey. It's green. I'm a Yank. I'm in, you know, I've been, you know, abandoned in Billings, Montana. This green will do. I don't mean to be so offensive. I'm sorry. EIN 441. And that goes in there. Cost index is 47. I don't mean to be offensive. This is more of it's a mint green. It is more of a mint green. It is. I honestly do not know. I slept in today. I've been having trouble sleeping like the past 3 nights. Last night I did really, really good. So I'm starting the day super. It's not almost blue. All right, come on. I've even color corrected the camera today. I even went into my camera and I redid the color correction. That is accurate. So yes, it is more of a mint green. And I meant it intentionally because it meant that I'm doing it as an homage to the former live streamer B-Mint. Okay, there you go. See, I figured out a way to... WinWing had me edit a lot of stuff in your config file last night. Really? That's weird. There is a blue stripe at the bottom and I can barely see the difference. A blue stripe at the bottom? Oh, wow, there is a blue stripe at the bottom. Man, you saw that on the... There is. Yeah, there is a blue stripe at the bottom. It's mint green. I'm tipping my hat to former live streamer B-Mint. See? So I'm trying to be, you know, nice and stuff. Okay, 220. And that looks good. I did wins, right? Yeah, I did wins. Good. Let's go and start boarding our parents. Let's start boarding our passengers. See what happens when I go a few too many days in a row as a live streamer. My choice of words becomes a little bit weird. I'm going to open up cargo doors, mass and balance, load the airplane, and fast load. 6 minutes. There we go. Passengers walking down the jetway. Come on over here. Yesterday, you bounced your way across Copenhagen. Today, you choose the wrong shade of green. Lucky tomorrow, or it would be 3 strikes out of 3. Did I really bounce my way out? I had a bounce on the landing, but I was trying to get off the runway quick. I wasn't being that bad on Copenhagen. Hey, Roddy, welcome aboard. In fact, I thought I was being really good. I got off the runway. I did not create a delay or anything like that. I'm sorry, is my halo blinding the camera just a little bit too much? Very probably it is. Pilot brief, that's what I was looking for. Hey, Captain Lorian. Let's see here. We're gonna need to resend the... I need them to resend my load sheet. There we go. There's the load sheet. That's why I was confused. Load sheet. Looking good. And we've got 55.8. So 55.8 for page B. I was watching another one of the silly little travel videos that I like to watch, and this one was about the guy that normally does the train videos, was doing an overnight ferry boat trip from one of the big Japanese islands to one of the small ones. So it was an overnight sleeper kind of a ferry. And I noticed that at the ferry boat terminal, they had a big ramp so that all the people could, of course, drive their cars and their trucks and stuff like that on. And then I saw they had, for the passengers that weren't driving onto the ferry boat, they had a jetway. It was a jetway from the building to getting on the ferry boat. I thought that was like, really? That's like a jetway. And sure enough, when the guy was walking down, looking on the, had his little camera walking down to get into the boat, it was a jetway. They even had posters on the side like United does down on their jetways. So I thought, okay, this is actually really kind of cool. They use a jetway like you would getting on a jet to get on a ferry boat. It's sort of like, okay, somebody was thinking there. That's kind of a really cool idea. I saved the FAA video on Slop. I've got it and I've got it saved over in all the things that I save in my flight notes there, so that before we're gonna go and do Cross the Pond, I'm gonna watch it then so it's a little fresher in my brain. Otherwise, if I watch it now, by the time Cross the Pond comes around, it will just be a pile of sloppy goo in my brain by that time. So Roddy is doing a long flight to Los Angeles today. Happy landings in LA. Taxi fuel is 0.173. Needless to say, my list of things to watch and do, I've got some code numbers in there too, so that's why I'm not showing it on the screen. It's one of the biggest text files I think I've ever had in my life. It's really long. Okay, contingency is 0.699. 0.699. Hang on. 0.699. Sorry to just cough in there. Alternate is 1.14. 1.14 is alternate. Final reserve is 0.991. 0.991. And that's it. Let's do fuel planning. Groovy green. Let's do the F plan. Departure, runway 23. It's going to be the Norbo 1 Hotel. I'll call it the Norbert 1 Hotel, named after Hagrid's dragon. We're going to do that. It's the Norbert departure. Coming in, it's the Nimat for Lima arrival to runway 28 left. So ILS runway 28 left, and it's the Nima for Lima, right? For Lima. No transition in, but it's the Abanu transition there, via and insert. Got that going on there. Liveries are random on VATSIM. They do not respect the, yeah, it's not the livery that you fly. That's the problem. You know, I think if there were a way that there were, it kept track of your airplane via tail number, maybe that would work out pretty good, but since they don't do tail numbers like that, that way the really, really cool liveries, you know, would be more consistent. Hi, Star Lugo. Welcome, welcome. Happy St. Patrick's Day. But yeah, if they had the, I guess, and that would be a huge database of liveries and stuff. That might be just too big for, you know, VATSIM, VPilot, and FSLTL to keep track of. But it would be kind of neat if you know, if I'm flying the United Star Wars livery, you would see the United Star Wars livery. Happy St. Patrick's Day, user. User YK7. All right, all of that looks really good. Let's go to init page B again. I did get a squawk code for 3433. 3433. That looks good. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Paul is checking in from Ireland. Hey, Paul, I'm still doing the morning coffee thing right here, but happy St. Patrick's Day back to you. I hope you're doing really good and you and your family are safe this holiday season and you get to enjoy the party. And aircraft is loaded. Sadly, your captain is not. 55.8, that is current. 31.2, that is current. Man, I'm getting good at this, at guesstimating what it is that this thing's going to do. I need 4.2 tons of fuel to make it over to Dublin.
Bits
and
intercepted.
we need,
Intel
I have
secured.
5.66. Somebody just dropped some bits. Let me put the number in before I forget. Dextro Gaming is checking in from Puerto Rico. Happy St. Patrick's Day to Puerto Rico. Thanks for coming in, Dextro Gaming. Is it a beautiful day in the neighborhood where you are? A nice island morning? Captain Lorien, not to offend anyone, but the only time I remembered it was St. Patrick's Day was when Spy posted the video. Hey, you know, I think it's kind of hard to figure all that out. I think it's hard to keep track of stuff these days. It really is. I think that it's one of the, we're just in this crazy time right now where there's so many things that you've got to keep straight in your head that it's become ridiculous. So honestly, I wouldn't have known it was St. Patrick's Day if somebody had not posted it in chat like 2 or 3 days ago. I would have missed it too. Hey, Reg12, good to see you. Welcome aboard. And, well, I don't like to forget the fun holidays. I like, you know, the fun holidays are really neat for me. So I love the fun kinds of holidays. Let's do departure perf. There's a little bit. Most of my background is England and Scotland. And then there's a very, very little of Ireland. And I believe it's Sweden. I think it's Sweden. There might have been some German in there too. I don't remember. So I am the ultimate, you know, European mutt here. And as Pauliot will tell you, there are a couple of my family members that are somewhat undesirable. Okay, I'm going to turn on the APU bleed. And we can disconnect ground power. Ground power's off. And let's see, meanwhile, my family is very drunk. I honestly can't do that. If you are ineligible for a passport in a respective country, you are not from that country. Well, my family came over, I believe it really was the year 1912. Fortunately, they didn't get on that one boat, but I believe they came over in 1912. So, you know, if they'd gone and gotten on that one new boat at that point in time, there wouldn't have been a spy flight. Okay, Scottish 135.530. 135.530. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Captain Maru from the Netherlands, welcome, welcome. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you. Thank you for coming in today. 530. Well, back in the day, I mean, that's what you had to do. I mean, it was not a good time. That's why so many people, you know, hopped the pond back then. Willie is in chat. Willie says, Happy St. Gertrude of Neville's Day. Good to see you. We did forget St. Gertrude. Sunjammer is 87% English, 5% Welsh, 2% Spanish, and 3% Norse. Yeah, it was the unsinkable boat is the joke. That, you know, I think I'm the only family member that ever turned it into a little bit of a joke or anything like that. You know, we all knew that it was, we all knew that it was 1912, but I was the only one that basically said, oh, wow, good thing we didn't get on that one boat. Good thing we didn't get on that one boat. Okay, let's go get GSX. Get a pushback. Here we go. Hi, drama. Half and half. Half Irish and half Italian. That's cool. You get really good food and really good beverages. Pushback and departure. Is this an event? Every day is an event on the spy flight. Drumma's got 3 pints of Guinness already going. Makes you 33% Irish. I think it does. Happy Guinness Day. I just couldn't get myself up to get out and buy Guinness for today. Preconditioned air is going off. Ground power is going off. Verify parking brakes are on. Chocks and cones going off. We are cleared from that page. We're going to go to charts. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Michael.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
And ground chart.
747 uniform, Scottish hello, input 1 echo for
Hey, Diamond Mike, welcome aboard. You were in the 900 today. Winds are gusty at Kennedy. Yeah, I'm still doing my coffee from this morning. It's still coffee time at Spy HQ. Still coffee time.
Have a good day.
Well, yeah, I mean, a few people in my family said that they found me in UFO wreckage, so there you go.
CT25 X-ray, I'll call you back for your clearance very shortly. Break, shuttle 19 Alpha.
See if we can't get push and start.
Route 2 Grayson, and then after that 2 East for shuttle 1 and up.
Shuttle 19 Golf, climb flight level 300. It's arrows 3022, descend to altitude 3,000 feet.
And my reversers are on, so the electric hydraulic pump goes on. And we're going to just cycle the throttles.
747 uniform, descend when you're ready, flight level 260 to be level wind pit.
There we go.
678 Papa, thank you. Descend altitude 2,000 feet, further with the glide.
And then we can turn that hydraulic pump off. I think if I would just recalibrate my throttles, that wouldn't be a problem.
Flight level 190, connected.
Scandinavian 2 Hotel Alpha.
I am not a little green man because I didn't even get the shade of green right. Hey, it's the closest I could do. I mean, the T isn't even from where I live. It's from Arizona, so there you go.
Passing 5,000, flying 240, right on 90.
Easy 25 X-ray, I have your clearance.
Okay, go ahead.
25 X-ray, you cleared to Gatwick, runway 16.
Gatwick? Who wants to go to Gatwick today? I mean, geez, we want to go to Dublin. It's time to go to Dublin and get a cab to Art's Tavern. Hey, it's the closest I could get here in Montana. Cheers, GT boy. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming by. Almost time to go.
And Easy 25 X-ray, that is all correct. Your discretion, taxi holding point Mike 9 and report ready for departure.
Hi, Mario.
Easy 46 Yankee Golf, climb flight level 160.
We're here because I think it was Pauliot. Pauliot said that St. Patrick was born in Glasgow. So this is St. Patrick's hometown. I think that's it.
Easy 678 Papa, runway 23, clear to land. Wind 190 degrees, 17 knots.
Easy 678 Papa, runway 23, clear to land. Scottish Believe the name of Rockby 31, that's Glasgow, information up at the type A320, pushing clearance to Dublin.
I saw the TriStar looks pretty cool, CT Aviation. It was Glasgow or Carlisle, they don't know which, but I hopefully we're in the neighborhood, right? Does Arizona actually have a drink export? No idea what they have. No idea what they have. It's just what was on the grocery store shelf at the little corner market that I go to.
Left 140, clear that I-16.
Easy 46 Yankee Golf, climb flight level 190.
Hi, Keyman. Thank you. I'll do a posture check. Let me just kind of blaze in here.
Shuttle 19 Golf.
It's busy in Scotland. The place he was born no longer exists. They believe it was located where Carlisle or Glasgow is today.
Scandinavian 2 Hotel Alpha, climb flight level 140.
Climb 140, Scandinavian 2 Hotel Alpha.
And stations for, ready for departure, say again, call time. Shuttle 9 Delta Scottish, hello, runway 24, clear takeoff, the surface wind, 220 degrees, 18.
I think Diamond Mike just came in. Hi, Diamond Mike. Nope, you've been here.
Easy 46 Yankee Golf, climb flight level
Captain Chris took you 15 minutes. They sent me a PDC, but...
It's Arrow 3022, descend 2,000 feet, further with the glide.
Descend 2,000 feet, glide.
Hi, George. Welcome. Thanks for coming in.
3022, the wind 210 degrees, 19, gusting 30. Runway 16, clear to land.
16, clear to land,
Scandinavian 2 Hotel Alpha, climb for level 180.
But CT Aviation, the TriStar video looked good. Scottish, hello from Shamrock 441. Stand 34 and A320 in Glasgow requesting startup and pushback.
Shamrock 441, Scottish, hello. Stand 34, push and start is approved for QNH 1003.
1003 on the altimeter. Push and start approved. Shamrock 441. Thanks. Go.
Flight 209 behind the landing. Need to get A320 short final. Line up runway 23 behind.
And line up behind the arriving aircraft.
There goes Russ. Dusty, welcome, welcome. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you too.
Flight level 300, 46 Yankee Golf.
Kempston to 1 hotel, suspicious.
I think there was one in X-Plane, or either X-Plane or P3D. I don't remember. I did not get it then because I still wanted a MD-11 or a DC-10. But I really think the developers did a good job on this one, so I'm really looking forward to this one. I think it has the potential to be a really cool airplane.
Question, Shuttle 19 Golf, climb level 360. Easy 46 Yankee Golf, climb flight level 350.
350, approaching Tango.
I'm just doing a pushing me onto the taxiway and swinging my nose to the left.
Yankee, just fair game your requested level.
We've got 3 cars on final
So 17 Yankee, no problem, climb flight level 350. Shuttle 19 Alpha, report requested level.
Level 3
Parking brake set.
Shuttle 19 Alpha, thanks, climb flight level 390.
Starting 2. The Delta widget did look good in that aviation, in the video, didn't it? I thought it looked really good. Okay, we're coming out here.
78 Papa, taxi left, Golf for stand 5. Have a good
So
day.
November
What's the goal? Less than 5.
Golf Alpha to 23.
2 Hotel Alpha, got nothing further to affect. You can have an early handoff to 122.8. Have a good day.
But yeah, that Delta widget, I think that whole airplane looked really good. The video was nice.
Cheers, mate. Break, Golf.
I thought they did a good job.
Sorry, report your altitude.
Definitely got me interested in an airplane that I really wasn't that interested in.
Golf Lima Alpha, thank you. And you leave a controlled airspace in 3 miles. What service do you require outside?
Basic service outside, Golf Lima Alpha.
Golf Lima Alpha, roger, basic service.
Basic service, Golf Lima Alpha.
Easy 46 Yankee Golf, climb flight level 370.
Climb flight level 370, approaching Tango.
Easy 747 uniform, direct.
Buckeye
path,
says,
descend flight level 140.
Bye hat. Hey there. Hi, Scott. Scott Scan is back in
Ryanair
chat.
120, got nothing further for you. Monitor 122.
Welcome aboard. Flaps 1.
And Nordic 3 Papa Juliet, runway
Trims
24,
down
clear takeoff, wind
0.2.
0 degrees, 15 knots.
And speed brakes. Auto
Double 9
brakes.
Delta, report the altitude. Climb now, flight level 130.
Ready to go.
Shuttle 19 Golf.
I'm going to go to the end of the ramp area here.
Shuttle 19 Golf, thank you.
Scottish. Shamrock 441 pushed and started at Glasgow stand 34 requesting taxi.
Shamrock 441, roger, taxi right Golf, Alpha, hold Alpha 1.
Right Golf Alpha 1 for Shamrock 441.
Gemstone 21 Hotel behind, sorry, give way to the Aer Lingus 320.
Right Golf
then your
Alpha and
281
Alpha
1004.
1.
Oscar there, Lingus, purchase source approved, QNH 1014.
Spy Hat, we are in an
Just check that QNH for me, 1004.
We were going to take off from
Easy 747
Greensboro
uniform,
for our
descent
next
level
flight.
90.
I was wondering if maybe we would try for maybe a bigger airport and take the A340 up to Boston maybe.
You can climb flight level 290.
We also had a really good time in the A350. Then again, Greensboro is a green airport, so I thought that would be kind of that's a really good idea too.
Nothing further for you, monitor 122.8, good day. Shuttle 9 Delta, make a left turn direct nav, so climb flight level 180. Direct nav, climb 180, shuttle 9 Delta.
Well, we've tried it a few times. I was wondering if we'd change our departure into Boston to an airport that's a little bit bigger and might be a little more entertaining for the A340.
Shuttle 19 Golf, direct Lakey.
We don't have to.
Shuttle 19 Alpha, direct Lakey.
A meteor flew across northeast Ohio today with a very big boom.
Direct Sublic 46 Yankee Golf.
Captain Mara, we almost always fly. We almost always fly.
I said 209, report your altitude, climb now, flight level 180.
Actual time.
And I served at 6,000.
I don't know. Can you get an A340 in and out of Raleigh-Durham? CT Aviation? I don't know. If we fly into Providence and Airport South, we have VATSIM coverage. It's sort of the day off. It would be great, but then you can't. You can get an A340 out of Charlotte or Atlanta. We do Charlotte and Atlanta a lot, though.
I said 209, route direct 9 max.
And redirect, no max price there, 209.
Shuttle 9 Delta, climb level 250.
Cabin's ready. We're all ready to go. You've all welcome aboard. Well, I'm also thinking about gate space. I'm also thinking about, you know, is there a place where we could appropriately park an A340? Or we could do an A350 out of Raleigh-Durham or something. Greensboro might have it too, though. We could stay green and take the A350 perhaps.
EV747 uniform, turn right by 5 degrees, descend flight level 80.
Yesterday, Loviz posted a link to a YouTube video, a cockpit video. It was for a DHL cargo flight. And holy moly, was that a good video. It's in chit chat over in Discord. I also reposted it in the popcorn tab, but I thought it was a really, really good one. So
Shuttle 9 Delta, flying flight level 300.
we could get an A340 out of Providence.
EV747 uniform, 37 track miles, runway 24, descent altitude 6,000 feet, Cuban H1005.
But it doesn't park at the gates there.
Scandinavian 2 Hotel Alpha, I've got nothing further.
Yeah, Flocala, it's a Flight Radar 24 video, and I thought it was really well done.
Have a good day.
Guy did an awful lot of, you know, the guy did a little more on-camera stuff that I liked, but other than that, I thought it was a great A306 video. I thought it was neat to see the way they set it up. And to see from the video, it looked like what we've got in the sim is really, really good. Our simulated A306 is good. That I know. Loviz, the pilot, referring to the A306's grandmother, who doesn't like a lot of things. I was gonna probably do Wednesday, maybe also Thursday. It depends on whether or not I decide that on Thursday I'm going to take this up and do that video on the train. If I'm going to do the video on the train on Thursday with the new camera, then I was going to take Thursday off. Although I just don't know. Loviz says we ought to fly the route that they did. That's not a bad. It didn't look like it was that long of a route either, was it? So it was basically Brussels to. They departed out of Brussels. So CT Aviation says there's a 777. There's 777 parking at Raleigh-Durham, so we could depart out of Raleigh-Durham and go up to Boston, probably Liège to Milan. I think that that would be fun if we go back and watch the video again and then go and give that a shot. I think that'd be a fun route. Certainly better than the one that, I always wanted to do one of the routes that Inga and Claudia did in the MD-11. That's like an 8-hour flight. That's terrible. I didn't want to do that. So maybe Raleigh-Durham, if they could get a 777 out of there, we could probably get an A340 out of there. Or an A350.
Easy 747 uniform. That heading puts you towards a...
Okay, there is the
floating
ILS
for
hold
left
point,
base
I
for
believe.
runway
Category
24.
3 landings. We
Are
can
you happy to
bypass that
continue
one
on
and
the
go
heading,
to the hold
if I
short.
have reduced Unicom? 747 uniform, thank you. From there, it gives you about 20 miles. I am very shortly closing, so monitor 122.8. Ground is online though, good day. Nordic 3 Papa Juliet, climb flight level 350.
Climb flight level 350, Nordic 3 Papa Juliet.
And 3 Papa Juliet, route direct Renneck. Nordic 3 Papa Juliet, direct Renneck.
Nordic 3 Papa Juliet.
Photo 19 Alpha, route direct.
We're fully ready. It's flying time. Somebody call Art's Tavern and get a reservation.
Photo 19 direct.
Hello.
Very good evening, EG30.
VJD Kenny. I only use a single PC. Toral is in chat. Hello, hello.
Just come to you now.
PDC 30 Charlie.
And Shuttle 19 Golf, direct Newbury. Nordic 3 Papa Juliet, nothing further. Monitor 122.8. Have a good day.
Man, I'm just terrible with my lights these days.
At all stations, Scottish is now closed. There is nothing further. Monitor 122.8. I say again, Scottish closed. Nothing further. Uniform 122.8. Have a very good evening.
Glasgow traffic. Shamrock 441's taking off on runway 28.
Glasgow traffic, Gemstone 21 Hotel. We're
I
going to line
think
up behind
I think that is a pro.
Erling
New York City Tuesdays are back,
departing
and tonight is
on
Long Island
the,
Airport. So if you're looking for some
North
crazy
Road
ATC,
Hotel. Glasgow traffic.
hi DK Fun Fly.
Glasgow traffic, Shamrock 321, taxing runway 23, air goes Alpha, Alpha 1.
Throttles up about halfway. Engines are stable. Manual flex, SRS runway set, auto thrust blue, flying time. Dublin, here we
Glasgow
come.
traffic, Gemstone 21 Hotel, lining up 23. Glasgow traffic.
Shamrock 177, ETA on push to.
Apologies, what was that? Shamrock 177?
ETA on push, please.
I'll be starting my taxi in about 30 seconds, Shamrock 177.
All good, mate. TV 30. Glasgow traffic, EG 30 Charlie, after the company Lingus, there's a pushback stand 27.
Erling, no, correction, Glasgow traffic, Gemstone 21 Hotel, taking off 23. Glasgow traffic.
Glasgow traffic, Shamrock 177 has just pushed back to stand 23, taxi to runway 23 via Golden Alpha.
No ATC, just clear ourselves up to 22,000 feet. There is a livery pack that includes DAEAI aircraft. So this is going to be A300. This is the one that was in the YouTube video that we watched. So this is the actual tail number that we were flying. Oh, wow. Look at all the... Boy, you get everything there, don't you? You get everything there.
Glasgow traffic, Gemstone 21 Hotel, airborne passing,
Just got picked up by Dublin. ATC's popping online. And so far, so good. I totally forgot to do flaps. See, towards the end of the spy flying week and stuff like that, after a while I start to just lose it. But the airplane sure looks nice. Cool little airplane. I think it's got more than just several liveries. It got, you know, a lot of liveries. All right, so we have ATC popping on here in Dublin. Yeah, the Phoenix is just such a complete, wonderful airplane. I really do like it a lot. Dublin, they are landing runway 28 left. That's the one we're planning on. So let's just do some chill. I also like this livery too. This one's green. I think green is the better livery than the other one. We're just gonna go ahead and finish our climb here. Actually, in June, Air France is upgrading to an A359 out of Raleigh-Durham. Polyot says it is the correct shade of green as well, as opposed to the evil spy who doesn't have the correct shade of green. Yeah, mine's a little bit lighter, isn't it? Mine's more of a minty green. Flocala, your wind control throttles are there. How do you like them so far? Yeah, just the all-white one. I'm sure it saves money in terms of paint and stuff like that. But seriously, make your airplanes look good. That's right, all-white airplane. And to be fair, you know, one of my favorite United liveries, the old Star Wars livery. That airplane was solid black. Can you imagine how hot it was in the cabin of that airplane in the summertime? You know, take that one down to Houston, a Houston afternoon in the summer. That was probably pretty miserable. Flight Sim Aviation, welcome aboard. Antonius, welcome to you. Thanks for coming in. I'm sure if everyone agrees to pay more for their tickets, then the airline will happily paint their fleet better. We're thinking of switching from Greensboro to Raleigh-Durham for our departure so we can take bigger airplanes.
Glasgow traffic, Shamrock 631, runway 23, passing 2,000 feet and departing by Nova 1.
I'm going to update tomorrow, so now we can decide if we want to take an A340 or an A350 out of Raleigh-Durham. Okay, I just updated the next command. Polyot said, something about flying Southwest being somebody's fault. George wants to see the A350. I'm going to do a straw poll here. Okay, we'll just do 2 choices on this. Okay, you can decide what we're going to fly. I just posted a link in chat. That is for a straw poll. You can vote on either an A340 and A350. And tell me what you think. It's free. You can do it on either YouTube or Twitch. And go from there. Oh, hello. Okay. Let's see. Where are we here? Polyat American, Okay, I don't know what that was about. The name Raleigh has Irish sounds. Okay, this looks good. Roddy got to vote. Yeah, voting's pretty easy on this one too. And let's see, coming up on our transition, let's do a cabin call. I didn't do lights. I'm doing more stuff today about... And out we go there. Passengers are happy. I'm sure they've got green beverages aboard Aer Lingus today. So I'm sure they have green beverages. Wabi, welcome, welcome. The A340 is leading by 3 votes. 3 votes. Looks like voting is starting to taper off just a little bit. We'll go ahead and do the 30-second countdown to end voting on this one. If my countdown timer works. Here comes the 30-second clock. It's going to pop up just over the Spy Flight logo. And there we go. So 11 votes to 8 votes. The A340 is winning. And 20 seconds to vote. Uh-oh, the A350 caught up. There's 1 vote. A340's winning. And we have 10 seconds to go. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's tied. Of course it is. I'll start another 30-second clock. Here comes another 30-second clock. It is tied at 13 and 13. The A340 or the A350. And let's see if it breaks the tie. I'll break the tie after this one. And 20 seconds. 20 seconds to go. The A340 has taken the lead. 10 seconds to go. And 5, 4, it's a tie. Up, the A340 is leading 1 and there you go. We're going to take the A340 up to Boston, which means I'm going to start doing those silly little jokes about Virgin Atlantic. Oh, and Polyot sent us some new Virgin Atlantic liveries too. We just got, we have Virgin Atlantic liveries. So these could be some nice Virgin liveries that we've never flown before. All right, I put those over in Flight Simulator downloads. The Virgin Fleet Pack. Oh, I also downloaded it. I downloaded it. This is why I don't do like 7 days a week. I'm not kidding. I would be such a train wreck. My brain and mouth just don't work after a while. It's just all there is to it. Community folder, start it, and here they go. Hey, I can still say Harry pocketed it, but that's only because I practiced that like you wouldn't believe. Loviz says that flying American business on the MAX is nice and almost always on time. We always fly them from South to Central America. November 321 likes the song Birds. Hi Cracker, happy St. Patrick's Day. Welcome aboard. I put it in the wrong one. I put it in 2020. I should have put it in 2024. I'll just paste a copy in 2024. There we go. Now then, let's see. Aerosoft A340 Pro VIR Fleet Modern. I need to figure out which one that is. Let's see if I can remember the one that I got. I think it's flightsim.to. That's for X-Plane. Oh, of course it's not going to be in there. Why would it be? Well, I guess I have to M-O-D-E-R-N. I have to spell my Google search right. Modern Fleet Pack. This is the one that I think that Polyot sent me. Yeah, I think that's it. So let's see. We've got 4 airplanes, and I think, Polyot, you said that I'm not doing V-gas. That's bad. I'm not doing V-gas. We don't have a Taco Bell. There's VWeb, VRED, and VEIL. I think you said that VEIL was a good one. Let's see. G-VEIL. Okay, that's the one we're going to set up for. It's an A340-600. It does not confuse. It doesn't include VNAP for those that are sleepy. Okay, let's go over and set this up in SimBrief. So, saved airframes. The A340s didn't have fun names like the newer ones. So we're going to have to wait and, well, we could put Joe Jet on an A330, but to have Miss Moneypenny, we've got to get a decent 787, right? All right, let's go ahead and put this together. New airframe. And this is going to be an A346. A340-600. And we've got Aerosoft. We have 2 of them, a standard gross weight and a high gross weight. I think when all else fails, just do standard. But unfortunately, the livery doesn't tell us if it's high gross weight or not. So we'll just do standard gross weight. Doesn't mean that the jokes won't be any less gross, but there you go. Okay, it's going to be Virgin Atlantic. And our call sign is going to be, and it's EIL, and it's going to be kilograms. We're going to force it to do kilograms and save it. All right, we're all set with that one. And that's good. That's good. And we're ready for our next flight. Cool. Miss Moneypenny is still likely to be renamed towards the end of this year. We're still negotiating with Amazon. Okay, well. Speed error at key rev. Enter destination data. We should have some ATC here. Do we have EIDW? We'll do. We'll just get it through this right now. So let's put in our data. Enter destination data, phase and phase. Let's see. They are landing 28 left. Good. We don't have to change the arrival. The altimeter is 1006. 1006. The temperature is 11 degrees. The wind in Dublin is 20012. Do they have a TRL for us today? Transition level is 6.5. They do. I'm glad to see they're putting transition levels in there. We're in a standard bus. I'm going to guess, let's just stay flaps 40, flaps 4. No need to do any crazy configuration. Good knob and bend. And the ILS, runway 28 left, is Category 1, DME 410 feet, 410. Barrow is in. Performance is 14 miles to top of descent. Boy, am I glad I got this done fast. It may be repainted to a special livery in order to retain the name. Okay, at Abanu, it's 3,000 feet. I'm going to dial in 3,000 feet. Let's do a check and see if we're talking to VATSIM at this point. No, we're not. So it's going to be EIDW approach 121.1. EIDW approach 121.1. 121.1. There we go. We're all set there. Top of descent is 007 miles away. Void is watching from school. Don't get in trouble, okay? I'd hate for you to get in trouble at school, you know, so please don't get busted on our account. Let's see. Possible it could be repainted to a special livery to keep the name Miss Moneypenny. What a smooth sunset. Captain Chris says it's a nice sunset over Ireland. Perfect for St. Patrick's Day. Hi, Mr. Guinness. Welcome aboard. We're doing good. How about you? We're flying into Dublin for St. Patrick's Day. And let's just go ahead and hit manage to descend. That's right. If you do get caught watching in school, blame me. Loviz had a minus 124. Says it is a bit breezy today. Yeah, it would be the first time I got called to the principal's office. Mr. Guinness says it is cloudy in Athens today. And we decided we're going to be in an A340 for our next flight, which is Raleigh-Durham to Boston. So it's going to be the A340-600. Let's see. Boston's already loaded in. Better check to see if Raleigh-Durham's ready to go. So cloudy in Athens today. Have you got weather coming your way, or is it just a few clouds and it's going to be a beautiful day in the neighborhood? Seatbelts on. Actually, not really. I was not the class clown. Hey, Billy Mack. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Welcome, welcome. Roddy's about ready to descend. No, I was the kid who was scared of his shadow. Yeah, that's right. I was saving up the jokes for the day that I was going to start my live stream on the internet that we had no idea was going to happen back then. Yeah, I found out about it. Somebody did my tarot cards that day. KRDU, Raleigh-Durham. There's no Raleigh-Durham there. Is there one already loaded in? KRDU. There's no one loaded there. I know we got a Raleigh-Durham, but we'll see what happens when we get there. And Dublin approach 121.1 has beeped. That's right. Back to the Future. Actually, Paulette, yeah, Back to the Future, it was the Jetsons. It was the Jetsons. It was Star Trek with Captain Kirk. It was 2001, The Space Odyssey, and Hal the Homicidal Computer. And some really, really bad movies about, you know, giant ants.
Information Charlie.
Roger that. Information Charlie.
Dublin, very good afternoon. Shamrock 441's descending on the NIMAT 4 Lima arrival with information, Charlie.
NIMAT, disregard. Shamrock 441, double approach. Hello, identified. NIMAT 4 Lima, descent flight level 100.
Descend flight level 100 for Shamrock 441. Dan says, name the alien in the Flintstones.
Dublin, hello, Rhino 1 Single Charlie, everyone passing 4,000 feet.
It's the wrong cartoon, Dan. The only alien that I really remember from cartoons was Marvin the Martian from Bugs Bunny. That's the only alien that I remember. Was it the Great Gazoo? The Great Gazoo? That was it. It was the Great Gazoo in the Flintstones. The Jetsons accurately predicted video calls, smart homes, voice assistants, robot vacuums, although from what I hear, most robot vacuums really suck. Robot assistants, smartwatches, flat screen TVs, treadmills, moving walkways, tablets, and drone deliveries. I think they did, didn't they? Am I having corned beef today? Or, oh no, I've basically got corned everything here. No, I have some more homemade lentil soup. Lentil and vegetable soup tonight. I did Flintstones and Jetsons and Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo was the big one for me and my sister growing up. That's the one we really liked it. Hi Trav, welcome aboard. That's right, Tim Dog, we want our flying cars. Shamrock 441, descend now, flight level 80. Not just the U.S., but the way a lot of the people out there, we don't want flying cars. No. Dan gets to fly IRL on an A350 on Saturday. Hey, Dan, did you get a window seat? Did you get a window seat for your flight? Direct to Latmo now for Shamrock 441. Good old Latmo. Chili Willie, I thought Chili Willie used to be a live streamer. I didn't watch a lot of Woody Woodpecker. Yeah, we do not want flying cars and we do not want pilotless airplanes. Yeah, things we don't want, especially given how those in charge seem to be going out of their way to screw things up. Let's see, Dan. Aisle is where you. Oh, you got an aisle seat. Okay, I was gonna say aisle. You're going to an island? Is this vacation? Okay, aisle seat. I get it. I'm gonna be really slow today. This is day 6 of live streaming, and sadly, I think years are catching up with me, and I only have a certain amount of ability to remain. I am lucid. I don't know.
Gemstone 21 Hotel, descend flight level 80.
Descend 80, Gemstone 21 Hotel.
Hey, Atoa says it's windy in Buffalo right now. All right, what don't you like now? Yeah, I do have the speed brake out. You weren't going slow enough. Sorry, airplane. Yelling at me already. I am a bit of a menace in the skies today. Just saying. The closest we'll be getting to pilotless commercial aviation in our lifetime is single pilot operations. Yeah. And even single pilot makes me nervous. I know that that's the wave of the future and it's going to happen. Lovis hasn't been to Dublin in a while.
Descend flight level 90.
Not me. I just think that when it comes to big birds like this, having 2 people guaranteed who can fly the plane should something happen to the other is
441, descend 5,000 feet, NH1006.
1006 on the altimeter, 5,000 feet now for Shamrock 441. I can handle the buttons today, just my brain is not working. 118.6 is tower. I'm still also sitting here blown away that the Japanese ferry boat terminals use jetways for passenger boarding. There's no reason to be worried about single pilot. I was, but now I have seen the tech and all the fail-safes. I'm more comfortable with that than just the one fail-safe you have. I think no pilot is going to happen with remote ability to take over. Maybe that's it. Future is VR passenger flights with pilots like you for live streaming. There you go, Trav. Yes, they're going to get rid of all those expensive real-world pilots and hire guys like Jamie and Chewie and John Fly and Spy. That's the way it's going to be. I understand fail-safes and stuff like that. I think what makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up when I hear about a company and a going to fail-safe. They had fail-safes at Chernobyl too, and they made stupid decisions about all that.
Sorry about that.
And they got complacent, and and safety culture became, you know, a punchline in a joke.
141, double approach, hello, identified.
That's you know, it's when management takes over and the budget people say, you know, do you damn pilots have to constantly put the wheels down when you're landing? I mean, our rubber budget's going through the roof right now. Can't we just not land on the wheels?
Sharrock 441, descend 3,000 feet from lap mode, cleared ILS approach, runway 28 left, report established.
Descend now 3,000 feet at lap mode, cleared for the ILS, runway 28 left, we will call established. From Shamrock 441.
Easy 141, turn left, heading 25, correction, turn right, heading 250 degrees. Turn right, 250.
That's right, a second human being can fail too. It can. If, as a people, as a species, we were smarter about things,
hotel, turn, clear direct lap
I'd be all over all of this great new technology. I'm blown away and love it. But you get such bad actors in decision making and said, okay, we've made these kinds of concessions and changes. Now let's try and cut the budget again from there. And anyway. I need to get off of that soapbox because it is.
From lap mode, cleared ILS approach, runway 28 left, report established.
Shamrock 441 at lap mode, we are cleared for the ILS, runway 28 left, we'll give you a call established. I mean, even there are things about, you know, this thing that, you know, called AI that I find
turn right, heading 275. Right, 275, EG4. Sharrock 331, descend flight level 80.
Almost time to go. But until we get over the greed factor and all of a sudden start being responsible again, if, you know.
Gemstone 21 Hotel, descend 3,000 feet, QNH 1006.
I'm one that'll always be a little bit cautious about stuff.
Easy 141, descend flight level 80. Descend flight level 80, easy 14.
Got the airport, got the runway.
Right turn, heading 085. Right turn, 085, easy 14.
AI is already landing aircraft. There are aircraft with automatic landing systems in instances of pilot incapacitation.
Hotel from
Now that's actual huge headline here, Polliot. I never knew that. That's actually big news. Okay. T2SDE just came in with a really nice raid. Hey there, welcome Raiders, thanks for coming in. Come on, we're just getting ready to land here in Dublin.
Hello, identified, information Charlie.
And we're getting ready to land in Dublin because it's St. Patrick's Day. Welcome on in, thanks for being here. How about landing gear, wheels going down?
I'm at 4 Lima.
I'm at 4 Lima, arrival.
Sorry, 172, apologies, disregard that. Factory 4 Lima.
Factory 4 Lima, arrival, thanks.
Easy 141, resume navigation, direct to Carav.
Thank you for the really nice raid. Good to meet you. Thank you for coming by. Dublin, Shamrock 441, established on the ILS runway 28 left.
Shamrock 441, thanks. Contact tower 118.6. Bye-bye.
118.6 for Shamrock 441. Thank you. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
You too.
Woohoo! Dublin Tower, happy St. Patrick's Day from Shamrock 441 on the ILS runway 28 left.
Shamrock 441, good evening. Winds 200 degrees, 12 knots, runway 2 left, clear to land.
28 left, clear to land with the direct to the Guinness Brewery. Shamrock 441.
Dublin Tower, the Rich Lufthansa 981, information Charlie stand 319 Charlie Airbus A340 600 grads clearance Frankfurt.
And flaps coming down. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. Actually, no.
Stop sign flight level 9
Speed brakes are out.
5255, departure frequency 121.
Frequent flaps are full. ECAM checklist is green. Adam is on tower today.
5255, everyone 1211.
That is, see, that's part of the reason why AI doesn't bother me so much. AI assisted with Polliot's life-saving surgery. I'm not, you know, it's just, it's the way it's used by the human decision makers. Those are the ones. Hi, Adam Controls. Good to see you. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
1000.
Thank you for the nice ATC coming in. Okay, we're stable. I think it's time to turn off the autopilot. Autopilot is off. And we've got 2 sets of PAPI lights because there's construction here, or there was. And we're supposed to land at the 2nd set of PAPIs.
Dublin Tower, Gemstone 21 Hotel, with you, final 28 left.
Boy, is it gusty up here today.
Gemstone 21 Hotel, hello. Continue approach to number 2, surface winds 200 degrees, 12 knots. Traffic information, AW189 helicopter. You'll be passing overhead him. He's over Ireland side 200 feet.
Agent.
Lobiz was just nice to our ATC controller, our tower controller. Thank you.
100 above. Minimum.
Landing.
Retard.
It is windy today. Hey, we
441, welcome to Dublin. Taxi right Sierra.
Right on Sierra for Shamrock 441.
Gemstone 21 Hotel, surface winds 200 degrees, 12 knots, runway 2 left, clear to land.
1-2 knots? I don't think so. I don't think it's 1-2 knots. I think we have a lot more knots up there than they're saying. That was a windy arrival, you know? That was a real windy arrival. Or maybe I was just, you know, asleep at the wheel. Could very well be. Any chance there was something good on that flight? Was it smooth enough? Did we spill our Guinness? Minus 273, 1.09 Gs. I am installing Elevate X tomorrow. And hope that it's going to be a little bit nicer than Volanta, because Volanta is just being mean now. George, I don't think so.
Shamrock 441, continue Sierra, hold short runway 16.
Continue Sierra, we stop at runway 16 for Shamrock 441. Low vis, I did too, low vis. I touched down on the right wheel first, and I had to force that left wheel down, probably because of the wind. I definitely had a one wheel landing there. So it's the airplane version of we did a wheelie. Okay, continue on in. And we're supposed to continue on Sierra, and we're stopping at runway. Gonna need the other one here first. Sierra, we stop at runway 16. Whoa! Hey Throx, welcome aboard.
331, hello, continue approach to number 2, traffic information, AW189 helicopter 2 miles ahead, altitude 2,000 feet, he'll be remaining below you.
Shamrock 331, got the traffic in sight and continue approach number 2.
Flyer 78 X-ray by November 2, line up and wait, runway 2 right.
Really great ATC coming in, absolutely. It was we had approach at Tower, really nice today. Captain Moret, gotta go. Happy St. Patrick's Day, thank you for coming in. See you later, Captain Moret. All right, holding short of this runway up here, right?
Gemstone 21 Hotel, welcome to Dublin, taxi right Sierra.
Right Sierra, Gemstone 2 Hotel.
Shamrock 331, 28 left, you're clear to land, wind 200 degrees, 12 knots.
It's great also seeing the airplanes that are coming in. I see two airplanes coming out.
Land, runway 28 left, surface winds 200
just
degrees,
really, really cool that we've got that now.
For 28 left, thank you very much.
Shamrock 441, cross runway 16, taxi Tango, stand the choice. Good to see you, Dave. Have a good one.
Cleared across 16, Tango, stand his choice. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Thanks for the ATC. Shamrock 441. Okay, looking good here. So stand, we get to go to Tango. Come on, Tango.
78 X-ray, surface winds 200 degrees, 12 knots, runway 2 right, clear takeoff. Have a good day.
Clear takeoff, 28 right, Flyin 78 X-ray, thanks so much for the service. Have a good day.
Starting up the old APU here.
Hotel, continue Sierra, cross runway 16, taxi Tango, standard choice.
Is that in options? Tyler Dog, what's in options?
Tango, standard choice. Gemstone 2 Hotel.
Stand of choice. Okay, where is the nearest? Let's see. If we're in Toronto, we want to park near to the closest to the Tim Hortons. Here we want to go closest to the Guinness stand. I don't think we need to park closest to the Haggis stand today. Don't think we want to. Oh, Tyler Dog, seeing the airplanes, that was an update that I believe came out at Sim Update 3. We're on Sim Update 4 right now. So, I mean, it's a part of Sim Update. So if you're on VATSIM, really good. Adam,
helicopter 1 mile to your 12 o'clock altitude, 200 feet. He'll be remaining below you.
Adam says the Guinness in Terminal 2 is dreadful. Oh no, they got somebody there that can't pour it correctly? So at Terminal 2, if you get Guinness, it's going to taste like Starbucks coffee.
Lufthansa 981, push and start approved, release point hotel, QNH 1006.
1006, active Pascal, push and start approved, release point hotel, Lufthansa 981.
Oh my gosh, so Guinness in Terminal 2, important safety tip if you're ever going to travel to Dublin. None of that. And we've got other places. Let's go a little bit further forward. We missed that one. Let's move a little bit further forward here. Just don't drink the Guinness at the airport. Full stop. Good idea. We'll get a we'll get a limo ride over to Art's Tavern. How about one more, just because I missed that one? Come on. One more. My brakes are super grabby today. There we go. There's nice parking. Perfect. Okay, did we get the APU up? Sure did. APU bleed. And let's get off of the radar scopes. Engine number 1. Engine number 2. Be nice to the next crew. Reset the rudder trim. Come on up here. We're going to do.
331, welcome to Dublin. Taxi right Sierra.
And we're going to turn off fuel pumps. Here comes the jetway. Whose supply of oxygen goes back on. Beacon and seatbelts. And deboard the passengers. I love this airport scenery. It's got the bell that goes off while the while the jetway is moving. So you hear the bell going off. Ground power. Cargo.
Subscriber confirmed.
And we made it. Nobody was hurt.
Loyalty noted.
Let's see. Adam says, better to wait until you get out to the real world than Kylie's or Coachman's that's near the airport entrance. Important safety tip. Yeah, generally the food and stuff at the airport, especially if you're going to be at some place that's, really good. Somebody just came in. How about that? Ooh, very nice. Right over our airplane. You can see the shamrock on the back of that airplane. Really nice, too. Really nice view. Mountain Man is here. Hi, Mountain Man. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Thank you for a very, very nice resub. Mountain Man's been here for 55 months. I hope you've been doing well and progress is getting a little bit closer to your private pilot's license. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Flying Winnebago. And thank you for the nice resub. Welcome aboard. Appreciate the support for your jet fuel. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for helping me to keep my goofy little thing going here. And just a super nice day and a great arrival. And it's also nice now that it's starting to get a little bit closer to spring in the northern hemisphere, is it's not quite as dark outside when we're all coming in. So really, really nice out there. Let's see. Not too terribly thrilled with our landing rate, but that's okay. To be expected. Let's go ahead and get ready for an A340 flight. I was watching Sibby's live stream earlier today because Sibby is actually really, really knowledgeable about A340s. I didn't get to see an awful lot though, but she finally got that. It is hot, hot, hot for Mountain Man today. It's in the 90s in Ontario. We did a flight in Ontario recently. I think it was yesterday. Sort of the end of the day, we did Ontario up to Oakland. And it looked like it was nice yesterday, but... Oh, is that a line from your old Tinder profile? What nice ATC. We had some nice ATC going out of Glasgow. And nice going in. Super nice to have that going into Dublin tonight. Our next flight is going to be Raleigh-Durham to Boston. And we don't have any ATC at either. So let's go and do Digital ATIS while the computer takes a breath here. I don't know. I guess the last time I ever had a dating profile, I'm trying to remember. I don't think it was I think it was the one before a new one that was called Plenty of Fish, and the Plenty of Fish thing was ridiculous. So, but that's the one. That's when I sort of gave up on that. Said, okay, this isn't going to happen. Boston KBOS. What do we got here? And by that time, I knew that all those things were actual BS. So there you go. All right, ILS runway 27. So arriving runway 27 in Boston. RDU, what's happening in Raleigh? Somebody be sure and send something over to JSG Droid about being invisible. Let's see. Expect approach 23 right, 32. Runway 5 right closed, Raleigh-Durham, bird activity. So it looks like 32 right and 32 left. Now then, we are taking a very, very big airplane. So let's go and see which gates they have very, very big airplanes at. Okay, so departures. Let's see. CRJs, E-Jets, 320s, 73s, 320s, 170s. Nothing too terribly big here. 737 Maxes. Okay, let's see if there's anything big over here for arrivals. Not a lot of big airplanes at the moment. There's an American Airlines A321. We're going to be a little bit bigger than an A321 now. I'm just going to look at their depart. Oh, wait a minute. You have to be logged in. I don't remember that. Must have done an update. I had a narrator trying to tell me everything I was doing. Microsoft Flight Simulator had an update. You had a narrator? Boy, I wouldn't want that to happen. Okay, I know that there's two terminals, and there's a terminal here on the south side. I'm wondering if they don't bring the big heavy jets down to Terminal 1. And maybe these are all medium terminals here, medium jets. And so maybe they bring the bigger ones down to Terminal 1, like Alpha 6, Alpha 7. These look relatively big. So maybe that's where really big planes go. Let's get the simulator going. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have the profile. We're going to turn off the autopilot. We're going to turn off the McDo. And we're going to turn off SimApp Pro. I know that they've got one for the autopilot, I believe, over for MobiFlight. Hello, Chops. Welcome aboard. I have not heard about narration, Russ. That sounds annoying as hell. Going to get more news at Expo this weekend about the TriStar, the A380, and the 220. I'm looking forward to hearing about the 220 there, Mountain Man. Definitely looking forward to hearing about that. We saw a great video on YouTube about the TriStar, the Lockheed L1011 that's coming out, and that video made that airplane look like it was really, really good. I'm looking forward to that one now, especially that they have so many little things that you can click and have it work for you. So, you know, that's going to make the old bird great for a single person flying the sim. It's Flight Sim weekend. That's this weekend. Okay, we're going to be a Virgin flight. And we're going to be flight 441. We are KRDU to KBOS, Boston. We're going to be in an A340-600. And we should have 2 Virgin Atlantic liveries now. We want the one that is GVEIL. All right. Departing 23 right, landing 27. That looks good. It looks like they're both about the same length runway. My guess is they would put us on the left side. I'm going to go and flip over to the left side, 23 left. And there's no ATC, but for fuel planning, let's just put in 15 minutes of VAT sim fuel, should there be some VAT sim happening. Generate flight. Flocala's got to say, I love the detents and the wind control throttle. I've been using the Bravo throttles, so Airbus is going to be a lot nicer. And from all the videos that I saw, it really looks like it's going to be a very, very nice, it's a really good feel to the throttles. So that's going to be really great. Hydrospace is in chat. There was a meteor in northeastern Ohio. It was a real meteor at 9 a.m. Eastern time. So basically hydrospace, with everything going on in the world right now, all the crazy, all the nonsense. Did you come in here to tell us that the sky is falling? It struck many houses and was heard in counties. It burned up in the atmosphere? Did anybody get hurt? Maybe I should have asked that before I did my stupid little joke about the sky is falling. Sorry. I just thought it was going to be funny to say, the sky is falling. I mean, we really don't get to say that very often, and it's not real, right? Toby, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Toby. Okay, hydrospace, good. Nobody was hurt. Excellent. So we can have fun saying, we're gonna die, the sky is falling. Flight level 350. It wasn't a meteor. Dave's home planet sent a ship to rescue him, but it failed. Yeah, the next ship arrives in 10 years. All right, pre-filed on flight plan. Yeah, I think, Tim Dog wants a ship too. I'll take, I seriously, Scotty, been waiting for you to beam me up now for quite a while here. Any chance you can get the transporter working? To which point Jordy's going to say, not until we get the ODN conduits going and we clean out the warp plasma injectors. Sadly, the ship is just not ready to transport people up. It's kind of a wreck because, hey, for us, just like Captain Shaw said, it's been a weird week. Yeah, it's been a weird week. I laughed so hard. He's become my favorite captain. Toby, haven't been on flight sim, badly injured your hand at work, and it's been stuck in a cast. Hey, don't worry about missing your live streams. That's the cool thing about flight sim, and you get to come in when you got a chance. I mean, seriously, that's a good deal. Toby, good luck with your hand. Is there a way that maybe you'll be able to do a little bit of flying, with just one hand for a while? Because flying your flight sim, maybe your flight sim, a little flight simming, it is kind of therapeutic. Yes, maybe Giselle will be on the next flight. Yeah, we haven't talked about. We need to go out to the islands and check in with Giselle soon. Maybe it's time for us to go back to Area 51. The warp plasma injectors are still easier. Well, the McDonald's ice cream machine, that's like one of the huge jokes. I haven't been to McDonald's in years, but the joke is their ice cream machine never works there. It never works. Hi, Jose. Welcome aboard. Detergent Foot is here, too. Welcome to you. Yeah, that's the huge joke. I did one day, though. It was about 4 or 5 months ago or something like that. I forget when. Polyot was craving Wendy's Frosties. And I was out on a Sunday, just run around, and I thought, there's a Wendy's. I haven't had a Frosty in a long time. So, fortunately, the Wendy's machines are always working. And now Loviz wants McDonald's ice cream. Toby, it's been getting back into it. I managed to do a flight with the 737 I bought last night. I'm doing another flight just now. But with the cast, you can't hold your mouse properly. And it's been a bit of... I can imagine. So trying to do that, and plus if you're having to use your other hand to do the mouse, it's really, really strange when, you're used to using this hand with your mouse and you have to use the other one. Polyot needs to buy his own Frosty machine. There is a website tracker in Ashbad, really? So there's a website tracker for McDonald's ice cream machines that are down. Well, of course there is. I think that's hilarious. HTTPS McBroken.com. Oh my gosh. McBroken.com. That's around Salt Lake City. All right. Well, I guess let's go and see. So, okay, Loviz is craving some McDonald's ice cream. Let's go down into around the Miami area. There's a lot of red dots there, Loviz. I don't know. Around Fort Lauderdale in the Miami area. I know you're a little further up north, I think. Palm Beach, Jupiter. Yeah, the further north. Well, there's a couple of red dots around there, too. So you might want to check that before you go out for your McDonald's ice cream. That's just hilarious that they've got that. The one that's closest to Tim Dog's office is broken. It's been a bit of a roller coaster, but I haven't lost the knowledge. I think that this flight simming thing, even if you take a break, Toby, it's a little like like riding a bicycle and stuff. It comes back to you, I think. I think it comes back to you. Let's see. Janadu, did I say your name right? Is that Lacoste, Tennessee? Is that where your nearest McDonald's is? Okay, look at this. We got an A340 Virgin Atlantic. Let's just make sure that that's the livery that works. Okay, there's the Cathay Pacific and there's the Virgin Atlantic, so that's good. Few things you forgot, but as usual, it all comes back. But chilling and enjoying it, that's the way to do it. Justice is back. You had some errands. The streets just trying to get home were oh, I bet they were. Okay, this looks really good. Let's save and go back. I'm on Indiantown Road where the kid landed a Cessna a couple weeks ago. Really? My ice cream machine is working. All right, Raleigh-Durham, KRDU. Raleigh-Durham. Altitude winds at Raleigh-Durham. 221 at 116. So everybody knows it's windy. This is, I do have the Uni-Builds. I have the A340-300 from Uni-Builds and the 600 from Aerosoft. We're flying the Aerosoft today. And we were going to park, I guess, here on the south side, which is where they'd bring in the heavy jets. Nobody's there. Let's go. Were they able to take the Cessna off from the road, from Indiantown Road, Loviz, or did they have to take it apart and put it on a truck? It was an incredible landing between power lines and stop signs. Okay, so one of the things that happens, it's now a lawn ornament at Loviz's house. Yes, that's probably what it is. Yeah, that's Buster's new job, is to guard the lawn ornament. No, Loviz was in Spain at the time, and you assume they had to take the wings off. No way to blast it out of there. Yeah, that's right. Now Loviz has a home cockpit. See? Loviz has got a brand new home cockpit there. So the thing that I've noticed, and I don't know what it is, but when you load in the A340-600, the sim freezes. If you look in the lower right-hand corner where it says Spy Flight, you see a little circle there. That's the little Microsoft Flight Simulator I'm loading circle. And you see that this thing will freeze for like up to 60 seconds, it seems like. So the thing is you've kind of got to just be patient. Flocala, actually that is the plan on Thursday. I have 3 plans on Thursday, which is normally we fly, but since we're flying today, I was going to take Wednesday and Thursday off from live streaming. So the plan is for Thursday, either go and do the video at the train locomotive that I've been wanting to do, or go and do the home cockpit video or live stream. Polly, you want to see the train locomotive? It's very small. There isn't a lot, so I'll have to work on that. Loviz, is this the video of your new lawn ornament? There it is. Small plane makes emergency landing on the planet Jupiter. Emergency landing. So there it is over there. It looks really great. I mean, a really good landing. So is that the kid talking about having to do the landing? Wow. You know what? 3 cheers. Nobody was hurt. Didn't damage the airplane. How about that? I've got the mute button on just for videos. He was 19. Wow. Okay, I know the color of the can's a little bit wrong here, but there is my green beverage for today. Justice, there is a train locomotive at a small museum up at the airport. Only the Cessna is Loviz's lawn ornament. The kid is now. Is not the lawn ornament. So no, there's a small museum up at the airport where I live, and it's sort of a county heritage museum, and I was just gonna go and take the new camera up there and look at that. Green tea is 10 of 10. Hi Tyler Dog. I did put it in my Airbrow mug though. Oh, train simulator. I've been wanting to do a little something with a train simulator soon. Yeah, I poured it in the Airbrow mug. I know I should have brow in it, but I didn't have a chance to go to the grocery store, so. Good evening, Mr. Posh Martin. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Yes, that's right. Because the airplane landed in Jupiter, Florida, on Jupiter, they had to use the Hubble. You heard green tea pouring. That was a bad typo. But we have bad typos all the time. I don't think they let you do that in this part of the world. It's still awfully old school when it comes to alcohol delivery. You can go and get all that stuff at a point of sale, but you can't have it like delivered and stuff. NMM was saying it was crazy at City Center at St. Patrick's Day. Hi, Aviation Dad. Welcome back in. Thank you for coming in today. Very possibly. Yeah. Get ammo delivered just fine. Is that like it is in Finland? I would have thought in Finland you could get stuff DoorDashed anywhere. Loviz wants to try and land his Cessna 152 on the road in Indiantown. That's right. In Washington and California, you could probably do that. They're strict about alcohol in Finland. Hence your spy pouches, probably. Oh, the biology test wasn't good. Aviation Dad, sorry about that. Hey, are you going to have to retake it soon, or how's that going to work? Fuzz, good morning or good day in Australia. You got a question. Anybody familiar with the Embraer E190? I'm doing some image touch-ups for an aviation company, and I'm unsure where the ECAS is located. Is it the center monitor? Emergosa, not there yet, but the sim is loading. Horizon Vector, it was great going to Scotland. I actually really do like flying around there. I like flying Edinburgh. I love flying around Inverness because of Nessie. But Paulia, thank you for answering the question for Fuzz about the ECAS on that. Oh, the teacher for that subject isn't good. That's kind of hard. Pauliot has been to Scotland many times, and you lived there twice. Yeah, it does. This one takes a while. Chops is in Scotland, too. Yeah, my family used to have a castle there, but there's only like 5 blocks of it, big stone blocks of it left. Everything else is gone. That was a long time ago. Horizon Vector, you're not happy in Edinburgh. Really? Where would be a better place to go? See, what I want to do is find a place near halfway between Inverness and Loch Ness that's got a nice place that I can set up a camera kind of pointed towards Loch Ness and be a live streamer and a content creator and keep my camera going so I could be the first person to spot Nessie. Thank you, Fuzz. Glad to know that somebody was able to answer your question. Happy landings to you. JSG Droid is driving home right now. It is 102 degrees outside. No need for layering today, right, JSG Droid? Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Happy St. Patrick's Day, JSG Droid. Drive safe. Watch out for crazy people. They're everywhere. Aviation Dad, if it ever loads, we're in the Raleigh-Durham area, and we are going to Boston in the A400. I live in an apartment. Yellow Daniel. Welcome aboard, Yellow Daniel. It is, I think it's still loading. I don't think it's frozen. I hope not. Yeah, this airplane has long load times, I think. I don't think it's usually this long, though. But yeah, I think that probably our friends from Any Builds are probably going to push out an update on a few things, maybe. I'm hoping. So far, it's working pretty good. This is the first time I've tried this livery, though. Maybe it doesn't like the livery. Maybe it doesn't like the livery. I don't see that it's... I see that the wheel... Okay, it's rolling a little bit. It could be maybe it's wassoming. I don't know. Maybe it's doing a wasom livery for that load up. Aviation Dad flies the basic A320 Neo. When you buy the game, it's loaded in 10 seconds. Well, there's a lot less in that airplane than this one. Detergent Foot is doing a historic Concorde route today. Why is it called an apartment instead of a togethernment? Because we all live apart from each other here in this building, and given some of my crazy looking neighbors, I think that's a good thing. Let's see, the A320 and 21 are unresponsive now. Roddy, so we're doing some compiling now? Great. I hope, well, the day the Earth caught fire. Hey, that was a good Janet Monroe movie. I like that. But I liked her since I was a kid. First day of spring is Friday. No kidding. Ryan is in chat. Hi, Ryan. When this happens, I hit escape and retry, and it works instantly. I don't know if that is a resolution for me, but it works for you. Well, we could give it a shot. Let's see. It's spinning. There is an escape and a restart. It's the A340. Hayatoa just had a Wasm crash as you touched down in Buffalo. What are you flying today, Hayatoa? Detergent Foot, you're having the same issue with this airplane? Okay. I heard it do the whoosh, so that sounds... You were the CRJ-9? I haven't had anything like that in the CRJ. I mean, nothing like that. Okay, the little wheel is still spinning. It's still spinning. And freezing. Flocala's trying the Caravan. How are you enjoying the Caravan? That's something that just dropped today. I'm really not into the GA airplanes, but curious to hear how you're liking the Caravan. Scenery could also cause a Wasm crash too. Hey, Ryan, don't worry about that. Anything we can try to help. Anything that we can do helps. Flocala's never been disappointed by any of the Black Square airplanes. Actually, if you look at the scenery, it looks like they've even got 3 jetways here for an A380. Polyat says we need to just do some FedEx feeder ops. I don't know. That's an interesting idea to chew over. Feeder, chew over, that kind of a deal. Horizon, we are going into Raleigh-Durham right now. Man, they're really upset. Actually, we are in... let's see. This is actually... I need to update the titles and stuff. This is KRDU. And we're in an A346. And let's just come on over here and pop that in. Oh, the tomatoes were flying. All up. Here we go. Success. There is success. Man, I don't know if they would put an A340 at this gate. I don't think they'd put an A340 here. Let's just let it sit for a second here. Let me know if you all want me to update the flight plan file. Aiden says they definitely would not put an A340 here. Well, why don't we just go and stay? This is all Southwest. Aiden, where would they put an A340 at Raleigh-Durham? Because I was looking around trying to see, okay, maybe Alpha 1 is a really big gate. I didn't think that they would have any of them, any big planes over here. On the other side in the Charlie gate. So they would put maybe a big one here at, well, those are Delta gates. So they would put them over here at the Charlie gates. I don't know. Could you actually, the Charlie 9 is big. Charlie 17 is big. But wouldn't the tail hang out in the into the taxiway Foxtrot here? Terminal, it would be Charlie 23. Charlie 23, there it is right there. So there's the big one coming in. So okay, so that's at an angle there. That would be at an angle at Charlie 23. Well, let's just go ahead and do this one right now because, you know, otherwise we'll rabbit hole here all day today, and that's not fun. Spare parts. There you go. All right. Airplane looks good. Let's hop in the cockpit. Shift C. And the airplane's looking nice in here. Let's see if we can get on VATSIM now. Roddy likes this, says it's the best Airbus ever. Now there's an airplane right next to me. I have a feeling I'm going to spawn either in it or next to it. It's Flight Sim, we will live. All right, we are VIR 441 and an A346. Connect. Let's see if we're going to be all over this other airplane here. Because there was one right there. Oh, maybe that's the United over there. Okay, I think we're not spawning on anybody, so we're just blocking those gates. That's good, no big problem there. Let's try Volanta, and then we can fly it. Has the BA variants, but not the RJs. Houston is up, and Russ wants to go to Dublin, Texas. Oh, because Dublin, right? I just got an auto for Squawk. All right, this looks good. Let's see if I can look outside. We'll do a clouds update. Nothing big there. Let's see if that will... Yeah, I just changed the clouds. That's nice. Very big Rolls-Royce engines. Okay, so let's see. I wonder if GSX will give us a jetway. Operate a jetway. All right. GSX is going to get us a jetway, but it's going to put us at that other door. Okay, so this looks good. So what we'll do is we're going to go to close, and we're going to go to open on the correct doors here. So we closed this door. All right, doors are good. Yeah, I like this livery so much better. Thanks for sending it, Polly, out. This one's a much better livery. Okay, all this looks great. Let's come on down here. So I've got power on, chocks are in place. That looks really good. Let's see. Startup simulations, I basically am set to cold and dark. Sim control, I don't need to mess with any of that. I've done joysticks and actions. I've already calibrated my throttles. Navigraph. This one is a little bit brutal here. The Navigraph is a little on the brutal side. So they could do a little bit better here because you can only get a set of charts one at a time and you can't stack them up. But they do have a little thing that shows you the last three, but I don't know exactly how that works. So we are at K, R, D, U. Raleigh, Durham, enter. Now go to charts. Go to taxi, click parking positions, and it'll show up. Then click airport, and then it'll show up, and then click SID, which is the Bexco 5 departure. Now, it'll apparently remember these for a while, but I don't know how long. The recent charts thing. So that helps out actually a little bit. Now, we got to come up here and turn the plane on first. I was watching Civi fly this airplane earlier, and she turned on external A first, external B, and then turned on her batteries. I thought that was, so that's a little different than what I've done. We're going to do nav and logo to 1. We'll do no smoking to on. And we'll do signs, emergency exit signs to arm. And airplane comes to life. We've done the A380. It's bigger and bulkier than this one. I don't know what it is. This airplane just seems more fun than that. I don't know. Maybe there's just something bad in my coffee or something, but I've never really been that excited about the A380. Good thing to check out, though. Come over here, check your throttles, make sure that they're properly configured. You see mine aren't. So we've all got like 2 throttle levers, most of us. There's my left throttle lever, there's my right. I don't really want it like that. So I've got a setting here so we can go and click the little controller here. And we're going to go to throttle quadrant. And then come down here to airplanes. And I've got a special one now called A340. The A340. And now I just leave that there. And then we'll turn it off using this thing at the top. And now do your left lever and your right lever, and all of those look good. Come on down here and we'll just check and see. Climb, maximum continuous thrust and flex, and toga, and all those look good. Come on back here, try your reversers. Reversers are good. So that looks great. Come down here. Speed brake lever, that usually means your flap lever is going to be good. And we're going to come and just move the side stick a little bit and the rudder pedals, and that's great. And then on this one, you're going to need to come over here and you're going to want to turn up your monitors a bit. They're a little bit low for daytime. I think this airplane remembers because that's where I set them before. So turn them basically all straight up is what I'll do with those. And then we'll come down here a bit. And I don't think we need panel flood for now, so we'll just turn off the floodlights. Okay, GPS primary is lost. And we'll come over to this side, clear this, go to McDo, and then we'll do the ASUS stuff here. Air operations. And FLIGHTDECK. Flight plan data link. How would you create a flight path across the ocean? You want to hear the fast answer to that is I would let SimBrief do it. I would let SimBrief do it. Flight plan data link in progress. Performance data uplink. AOC active flight plan uplink. Now I'm going to go to weather and ATIS. And I want to get METARs for all of our airports. And return. And receive messages. And now we have the METAR for Raleigh Durham, Boston, and Kennedy. All set and ready to go. Stindofly, after some Googling, the Lufthansa A300 parked at Gate Charlie 24. Stindofly, thank you for taking the time to do that. That's actually what we kind of heard a little bit about. We heard that basically, so you're saying Charlie 24 is where they would have parked that over there. So Charlie 23, 25, 24, and maybe 22, this is where they parked the monster planes. But thank you for taking the time to do that. I'd actually think about moving it, but I don't want to take a chance with this airplane. All right, let's come over here. I hope that WinWing gets the update for this soon. And you can see Kennedy, Virgin, passengers, all of that looks good, and it's in. So we'll come up here and let's do IRSs. We'll do cruise supply of oxygen. And let's do master switch and APU. Buckeye says to hydrate. Here comes the APU.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
320 Neo just did a raid. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the nice raid today. Thank you for the great support. Buckeye, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. All right, let's do IRS init. I don't think we have to do an init on these airplanes. It's aligning, so it's doing its thing. Let's go and see if we need winds, and let's do a wind request. There's winds. Wow, that was fast. Takes a while in the Phoenix. Okay, so all of that looks really, really good. Let's come over here, and now when we go to SimBrief OPF, our operational flight plan has now appeared, and that's really cool. So our zero fleet fuel weight is 21,217.2. And so now we'll come in here and do next page. And you can see it's in 217.2. That looks really good. Russ says CTAF is 128.8. Thanks, Russ. Odell is back in chat. Good morning, Odell. And greetings from Thailand. You and your wife are 11 days in Thailand. Hey, I hope you are having a great time. How's the trip going? Is there something there that's been really, really tasty that you really like? Okay, let's just look and check our numbers real fast. Taxi fuel, 0.748. Route reserve should be 1.95. It says 1.4. And alternate is 6.69, so 6.7. And final reserve is 3.49, so 3.5. And we've got all of that set now. Now let's do our flight plan going out. And back over to Navigraph. And one of the things that has been said in chat, Polyot has checked out and has basically said that the way that a lot of this works is kind of the way it works in the real world, which is really pretty cool. So now you notice I just clicked in. I tried to click my gates, and you see it deleted it from recent charts. So being able to go and get the gates and stuff like we need is kind of hard to do. So I would have liked it if it would have kept the parking positions in there too. So I don't know what that is. Okay, so on our departure, if we want to be like good pilots, our initial climb is 6,000 feet for jets. 6,000 feet. Odell's having a good trip. We got some nice pad thai, and it's a good meal. Really. Rico is going to BRB. We'll see a little bit. Okay, so we've got that little bit of information there. Back to parking positions. So Raleigh-Durham. We're on the south side, so I set 2-3 left for departure. So 2-3 left. It's the Bexco 5 departure, and we're going out at Boozy and insert. I know the controllers don't call it Boozy, but I'm going to. Arrivals, we're expecting the ILS runway 27. We're doing, is it J-Fund or Roebuck? It's Roebuck. Roebuck 3. Uh-oh. I think I froze it. I froze the sim. Trying to get the Roebuck arrival. I froze the sim. I think I just froze the sim. Let's see if we can escape. I can't escape. Shall we see if Task Manager says that we've locked it all up? Microsoft Flight Simulator. It says it's not responding. Question is, do we go and shall we blow out and try it again? Or should we wait for it? It doesn't. I think we've. Star Lugo says yes. Take a bio break. I don't think it liked that very much. So you can't really tell from this if it's actually doing anything. I mean, some of these numbers are moving. It says very high for the sim. It's high for chase plane. Okay. All right. VATSIM says your flight simulator appears to be frozen. It could be locked up, or you could have dialogue open. You have been disconnected from the network. I don't think it's going to work. I think it's time. We're going to have to end the task. Your flight simulator appears to have crashed. VPilot will now exit. Oh, goody. It's St. Patrick's Day. You would have thought that Microsoft Flight Simulator wouldn't have had attitude today, right? But apparently, it's going to have tude. Okay, we'll give this airplane one more chance. If it doesn't work, we'll go and do the A350. So we'll give the A340 one more chance. It's been known to be cranky. Since Aiden went and figured it out, let's also see if gate Charlie 24 is available. and we can sit back and drink green tea on St. Patrick's Day. I know it's not 100% green, but it's relatively green. We're going to probably need to reset Volanta. One of the things that we're going to be trying on Friday for the first time is a new little application. It's been out for a while, and it's called ElevateX. And that's kind of a tracker like Volanta. So I've got stuff to learn about that a little bit. Irvi is going mining. Oh, this is Star Citizen, right? You're doing Star Citizen stuff? It's kind of entertaining to note that Irvi ran into a little problem in Star Citizen, and Polyot is played Star Citizen and went out to got into Star Citizen and when it was able to rescue. So that's kind of an interesting way to go. Some facts for entertainment. The last A340-300 from Lufthansa was at Raleigh-Durham on December 6th. Since January, Lufty has used the Dreamliner. There are no more A340 flights planned for Raleigh-Durham. Crythor is doing cargo flying in South Carolina. Is ElevateX any better than Volanta? I don't know. What I do know about ElevateX is, well, I don't know, but people are telling me that it uses less memory or system resources than Volanta.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
So it's supposed to be good. Crythor, you're in you're not doing cargo in South Carolina. You're hauling cargo in Star Citizen. Okay. So, all right. No reason to, be worried about, well, I guess there's probably good reason to be worried about marauders and bandits and stuff, right? All right, what else can we do? Oh, I just love sitting here watching Microsoft Flight Simulator Low. EDU Cavallini, did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. We're just sort of sitting here enjoying the fact that there's music while we watch the same music that we've been watching for far too long. I think it's time for them to update the movie a little bit. Nothing else we can really do. I wonder what it was about the Roebuck arrival that caused the sim to freeze. You can get the pro version, but it looks like a lot of the functions don't require the subscription. CT Aviation, they need it. Yeah. With all the stuff that it's supposed to go out and download, you thought would have been faster. Let's see. Pasonic, after using Volanta for 2 years, I switched to ElevateX 3 months ago. I'm saying it right, Pasonic? ElevateX is smoother than Volanta, uses less memory, and I definitely prefer the UI. Lord Starscream is in chat. We're flying out of Boston. Are you a local? I am not a local, but for the live streams law firm used to be Crane Pool and Schmidt over on Boylston in Boston. Now we've got a much better law firm. Stindofly, it always parked at Charlie 24 and stand Charlie 22 has to be closed at the same time because the wingspan is too large and it blocks the gate. But no, we're going to Boston today because that's going to be a big town for That's going to be a big town for St. Patrick's Day. So that's why. Oh, almost done loading. If you're sitting waiting at the gate for me in Raleigh-Durham, just take off. Horizon vectors at Charlie 22. That's right, Baston. Although Shatner never said it as Baston. We could change our departure runway, though. We should plan, since we're going to be on the north side, we'll plan 23 right for our departure. We can still do Bexco 5, but we'll be on that for a shorter taxi. Captain Sibby is here. Hi, Sibby. Welcome in from Athens. How was your A340 flight? Captain Sibby's a bit of an expert at the A340. The real one flew it all over the place in P3D and got her for, oh, horrible. Yeah, we just had it. Nothing works. Hi, Abelars. Welcome aboard. Well, we're going to try it now. And we just had a crash to desktop. So we really like that. Not a crash to desktop. It froze the sim. The throttle didn't even move for you? Really? My throttle settings, Sibby, were almost exactly like I had for the A380. You had to press the keyboard? Oh, that's terrible. No sim pilot should ever have to use the keyboard to start your throttles. Especially when you have throttles as nice as Sibby's. Let's see. Performance is rubbish, lagging and all that. Oh, yeah. I think that they put out a nice airplane. I think they need to do some fine-tuning on it. Because we're going to give it another try. We're going to give it one try. And if it doesn't work, then we're going to go and do the A350. Raleigh-Durham. Hi, Horizon Vector. You had a Wasm crash too in the A350? No. Yeah, that's never fun, is it? Well, it should. I mean, you're flying. Your throttles work. So, Sibby, your throttles work with the Phoenix. My Phoenix throttles are not all that different. Okay, Chuckles 24. Charlie 24. And starts flight. Good luck. And now wonder how long this load is going to be. Maybe not as long as the other one. Maybe not as long as the other one. Uh-oh, I've been texted. Oh, I just got busted. The state of Texas says it's my final note. There are unpaid traffic tickets associated with my account. I am such a bad driver. Thing is, I haven't been in Texas for about 10 freaking years right now, and I didn't have my own car, so I say delete and report as junk. It's satisfying to say, delete and report as junk. I like the Nigerian prince better. The Nigerian prince was much more entertaining. Paying the fine would have made a Nigerian... Yeah, that's right. If I'd done that, they would have been very happy, right? Super duper happy about that. Horizon Vector, you're going to take the A350? Oh, the A350 froze on you, really? There's not even a default button on the EFB. A reset button? I know that, well, they write them very, very good. They write them very good saying you're in big trouble and we're going to be sending the cops to your door and everything like that. And it's sort of like, first of all, that's not the way law enforcement works. They don't do things like that. And they never have because there's so many people that are scamming it. But it is scary. And, it's also targeted mostly to very senior citizens who, will see that. And, when you start to get really old, you read that and think, oh my gosh, I got to take care of it. Let's take care of it now. Red Crythor. Uh-oh, here we go. What's going to be my next flight sim hardware? Oh, I don't know. I think that I'm going to wait probably for a while here and see. I'm going to wait and see if the international markets settle down and the insanity that is, enveloped our planet goes away. If all of that goes away, I'd like to get the throttles and the landing gear lever from Windwing and eventually the radio, but I'm not going to worry about it for a while. Captain Lorian's got to go do stuff. See you later, Captain Lorian. We'll see you next time. Okay, let's give this another try. And everything looks good. Let's see if FatSim will let us back on. Probably not. Here comes FatSim. Take care, Captain Lorian. Connect. Virgin 441, A3 400, 600, connect. I got an auto ATC, so I got a squawk code. Let's see if Volanta will let us on. Virgin 441. Raleigh Durham to Logan. I'm going to just end this one and restart it because I think it was clicked into the other one before. Add a flight plan and engage. Does it matter where you install the plane? I ended up putting my Microsoft Flight Simulator installation over on, I believe, the D or E drive, which is monster and bigger than the C drive. All right, I think that looks good. Look at the weather cam real fast just so I can refresh the overlays. And the overlays should work. And I think everything is done. Shall we try this thing again? Okay, so come on down here. I'm going to go ahead and close the L2 door. I'm going to get ready to open the L1 door. Let's go to GSX. GSX. And operate the jetway. And we got a jetway, and it's going to probably come to the L1. You uninstalled and reinstalled? Yeah, that's happening a lot too. Now we may need to also take this off of auto and run it as open. Okay, all that looks really good. So I've got power A, power B, chocks. When I saw you started, Sibby, I saw that you turned on ground power first and then the batteries. I don't know if I saw that wrong or not, if that's what you do on the A340. So ground power A, ground power B, and then we'll do battery, battery, and APU. So I thought I saw you start those first. Now we'll come down here. We're going to do nav and logo lights number 1. No smoking to on, and emergency exit lights are armed. All right, airplane comes to life. And let's see, probably going to have to install, we're going to have to turn up the monitors a bit. So I usually turn them both to straight up. And then we're also going to need to turn the ECAM up as well. And then come down here, turn off the floodlight. And there we go. And everything looks good. Let's go and see if my throttles still work. Okay, so lever number 1, lever number 2, lever number 1, reversers, those all work. So Captain Sibby, I know you were having trouble with yours. The way that I went and set mine up, so we'll click the little controller app here. And then you come down here, I've got the TCA throttle quadrant, flight controls surfaces, go to power management, and my throttles. And if you look, my throttles, I've got the hold throttle for reverse I don't use on this airplane, but I haven't turned it off, I just don't use it. Throttle 1 axis is joystick L axis X, 2 axis is axis X, 3 and 4 is axis Y, and then I actually made this special for the A340. And so that's how it is that I've got my throttles. But then the other thing you've got to do is you've got to go to joystick actions. You see where it says throttle configuration? You're going to have to do that. So yeah, I only have 2 axis 2. So engine number 1 and engine number 2 on mine is, so there, throttle number 1, my number 1 axis, or the left one, that's engine 1 and 2. And the right lever is 3 and 4. And that's how I do those. But it didn't like your throttles, which is surprising because you've got the really, really nice Warthog setup. So I'm a little surprised at that. Navigation data is good. GPS primary lost. And GPS primary is lost. Go to McDo menu. Go to ATSU. Go to Air Operations. And init. Flight plan data link in progress. And we'll clear that while it loads. The settings look a little bit different. You're right, they do from 2020 and 2024, but they're basically the same. AOC update done. Date is good. Let's go to weather and ATIS again. And grab the METAR. There's no ATC here. Return. Receive messages. And now I got the METARs for our full flight plan there. Come over here. Let's do init. Our flight plan is in. We do have to get the winds. Request the winds. Wind data is aboard. And that looks great. Come on up to the top. We're going to do ADIRS. 1, 2, 3. Come on down here. We'll do crew supply of oxygen. And then I think we turn on the APU. And the APU comes up. And everything looks good. We need to switch from hectopascals to inches of mercury. And that looks good too. Page 2. It gets some of the information in there, but not all the information. So now we can go to the OPF. And it switched my OPF around. So let's see, taxi fuel. And it did get the extra, so 0.748 for taxi. I don't know if this is massively important or not. Trip should be 9.3, not 9.1. Not allowed. Let's do contingency 1.95. So 1.9 is route reserve. Alternate is Kennedy 6.7. Final reserve is 3.49, so 3.5. And that looks good. Weight and balance. Now, what I do is load current values. No, that's not right. That did not work. Because there's no way we have 94 passengers on this one. This didn't work like it did the last time. SimBrief OPF. Oh, set payload and fuel to SimBrief. That changed. That one was turned off. Okay, so we have to do it the old-fashioned way now, right? Yeah. Load current values. Nope. Okay. Let's see if it'll get it for us this way. Now, did that fix it? Nope, sure didn't. So something's weird about that. So we're gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. We need to go and get passengers. And that's gonna be... That's our route. Oh. Weight change up and down. Okay, passengers 317. So 317. It did not load any cargo. There we go. So that's what we've got there. Should give us a zero fuel weight of 217.2. That's correct. Now then, we need to go and get fuel. So block fuel is going to be up here. Block fuel is 23828. So 23828. It got the fuel. So it got that done. Let's apply the load values. Let's do quick refuel. And quick refuel is done. Our zero fuel weight should be all set. 2.17 looks great. I think that's correct. JSG Droid, did you make it home? Oh, look at all the A340s there. Boy, that is a tight fit. I think I'm going to have to push out before you did. Otherwise, there'll be a wing snap off. Hey, you made it home pretty good. Welcome home, JSG Droid. Yeah, if you're happy with the Innie builds right now, Mr. Posh Martin, I think it's okay to, not grab it immediately. There's still a couple little, Horizon's going to be in the MD-11. Okay, all of this looks good. We have an APU. Let's turn on the APU bleed. APU bleed's going on. And let's do JSG Droid. It helps when I have a flight sim crash. Well, yeah, you can get halfway across LA when I have a crash. Okay, let's get fuel pumps. And we may be able to actually do this, right? Probably not. All fuel pumps are going on. Fuel pumps are on. Okay, all of that looks like it's about as good as it's going to get. All right, let's go and try to put in the flight plan again. This is where it blew up the last time, remember? Original Darkwind, it is. The Aerosoft Tolus. Ready? Flight plan. Here we go. Raleigh-Durham. Departure. We are expecting 23 right. It's the Bexco 5 departure, boozy transition, and insert. There we go. And we come out at Kennedy. There's Kennedy, Boston. This is where it blew up on us. Remember, let's see if it happens. Arrivals, ILS runway 27. Ready? So it's Roebuck, page 2. Don't touch. The mouse is frozen in the little finger. I think it does not like the Roebuck arrival. Hey, is Microsoft Flight Simulator giving us the finger? I don't think it likes this at all. Hey, Nomad, welcome aboard. I don't know if it's a WASM issue or not. Thanks, Captain Kress. I don't know. I don't think it likes the Roebuck 3 arrival. And after about 5 minutes of sitting here while it gave us the finger like this, I think we've frozen it again. I think it's frozen again. You can't even escape out of it. It's locked. So I think we've got a task manager. And I think, is it frozen? Yepers. All right. I'm going to go ahead and cancel, and we're going to go over to the A350. That's too bad. I was really hoping that this thing was going to work, but it's just being too big of a brat right now. So we're going to flip-flop over to an A350 on this flight. Detergent foot, it sometimes happens. Okay, so A350, new flight. Let's make it a Delta, DAL, 441, KRDU. It'll be interesting because JSG Droid is in the same airplane next door to mine, KBOS. And it'll be interesting to see if JSG Droid is having the same problems that I am. A350-900. And it's going to be Delta. We're going to expect the right side now. 22 left is... I think we want 27 for landing. Okay. Up, let's give ourselves a little bit of extra fuel just in case. KGs and 15. Generate. Okay, everything else is good for this flight. Although we can actually use the WinWing autopilot. We can't use the McDo, but the WinWing autopilot will work with the A350. Aider pilot, we've tried it twice. I kind of don't want to spend any more time sitting here watching it load. Only to have... So heavy weather did not have a problem with the Roebuck 3 arrival. And you're in the A342 heavy weather? All right, let's give it another shot. Hey, we get to wait another 10 minutes to watch Microsoft Flight Simulator load. Exciting times on the spy flight now, huh? Yeah, we're going to try the A350 on this one now. To watch, it'll probably have a WASM crash. It'll have a WASM crash too. But, you know, like I said, yes, we're going to watch Microsoft Flight Simulator load. We would like, yes, if we're going to have to deal with this many ridiculous crashes and stuff, can they make the load screen more entertaining? That would be nice of them. Original Darkwind is doing pom-poms San Francisco to Miami today. Well, do they have green beverages on your flight, Original Darkwind? I mean, that's the important part. Okay, so there's a flight plan. Let's go and refile on VATSIM. We're going to go to flight level 410 now. A little bit higher this time. And file. We are filed. Vex Freeze says pizza. Boy, that would be good. Well, it's sort of like my Friday. I wonder if today would be a good pizza day. Yeah, we'll think about it. I've also got Mediterranean style lentil soup standing by, so there you go. Original Darkwind is cargo FedEx, so the PM gets the green. Well, there you go. Yeah, maybe put some mini games or something like that in there for us to see. That would be nice. Maybe not solitaire. That might not be not so nice. I saw somebody popped in CTAF. Thank you. Okay, all of this looks really good. I need to possibly do a slight update in my title here because we've switched airplanes. Justice says, am I in the U.S.? Yes. Will wants to play Snake. I don't know. You're not afraid some people are going to throw a hissy fit? Airbus A359. And we could still go to, we could probably move over to 22. That way if JSG Droid's ready to push, our wings won't be blocking that. So we'll just do that one. What else? Of course I do. Okay. What else can we do here? You know, we could have actually had Elevate X installed by now. Yep, we should turn off Volanta. Horizon Vector is getting ready to push. Original Darkwind's ADHD is kicking in. Hey, happens to the best of us. I get that too. I mean, the real kind. I was one of those kids too. Before they really understood it. How about hydration? Oh, somebody's loading in Elevate X because I'm living dangerously and my ADHD just kicked in. I think I want to put this over on the drive with everything else, please. All right, make a new folder here. ELEVATEX. ELEVATEX. This is probably a dumb idea, but like I said, I'm getting bored. Probably not the best idea to try and install something while you're setting up the sim, but there you go. Hi, Intergalactic Gentlemen. It is a replacement for something like Sim Toolkit Pro and Volanta, so it's a flight tracker. I would like a desktop shortcut eventually. Elevate X, soar like never before. I have to sign in. I'm not ready to sign in yet. Plugin not installed is responsible for X-Plane 12. I don't have X-Plane 12 going. Okay, so we kind of got that at least started. I will wait and do sign-up stuff later. Frankie Stat, did they update it? I don't know. Blackwell Ninja, I'm not 100% ready to use it. I was just bored sitting here watching Microsoft Flight Simulator load for the third time while trying to fly the A340-600. If I'd had to wait any longer, I think that Captain Sarcastic would have ended up being in the cockpit, and we don't want Captain Sarcastic in the cockpit, right? Hey, Matt Cat to the rescue, doing a really nice resub. Hey, Matt Cat, thanks for being here for 13 months. Thank you for the support, even when the sim does nothing but crash and burn. Thank you for helping me to keep this going. Really appreciate the support. Always great to see you in chat. Thank you for being here. Frankie Stat has had trouble with Elevate X. VexFreeze has tried the new Black Square Caravan, and it is glorious. Justice did Denver to Minneapolis. That's actually kind of a lot longer flight. VexFreeze, we were going to try and fly it, but it would not load in an arrival. It kept freezing. So I decided, no, we're going to go to the A350 now. That's right, Matt Cat. Nobody could be down on St. Patrick's Day, right? Yeah, I gave up. I've tried to load the airplane in twice. I think 2 times is enough. We're going to try the A350. That's right. And if the A350 doesn't work, we'll take the baby bus and we'll fly Air Berlin into Boston, because at least I know that works. Not that long. Yeah, so that's the plan. And in the middle of that, I got texted by the state of Texas saying that I failed to pay a toll. Loviz, I'm going to try to load the A340-600. I'm working and can't make the flight. Okay, you're going to... So it loaded for me fine, Loviz. What it didn't do is when I put in the flight plan, I tried to put in the Roebuck arrival, and that's where it went boom. Somebody in the A340 decided it was time to hit the AZ5 button, and it was, 3.8, 3.6 run good? Whatever it was. It was bad news. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. All right, we're going to fly the A350. A350-900. Default cabin. I know this one works, right? And we're going to be Delta, Delta, Delta. I'll stop. Default cabin. And we need a livery. Delta. Loviz says that Egypt Air is going to be getting some new A350s too. There's our Delta livery. Very cool. And save and go back. Save and go back. Loviz says that Egypt Air has gotten their first A350. KRDU, Raleigh Durham. RDU. Okay, third time's a charm, right? Third time's a charm. We were going to go to Chuckles 22. Charlie 22. There we go. And fly. Right? Loviz says, check out this picture. Loviz says, oh, here is, I did download a livery for it, Loviz. So I got the livery when you told me about it. This looks good, and I've always really liked the Egypt Air logo, the bird. Very Egyptian-looking bird. Really cool. I think that that's a really neat, you know, paint job and livery for an airliner. So I've got it. It's standing by, ready to go. And also, that's right, they're putting out now the A350 freighter. So now A350 freighters are going to be flying around. And Atlas Air has ordered 20 freighters. Oh, this is charming. Now the A350 is freezing the sim on startup. Atlas made a big order for the A340s. I've not really done Atlas Air that much. I really haven't done a Atlas Air. I love the way this airplane arrives at the gate. There's this big crash and everything like that. Maybe it's the airport. It's cursed. All right, there we go over there. Void just got home. Roebuck 3 has successfully loaded, so JSG Droid's computer worked. Maybe I need to re-download it or something like that. Actually, we're still trying to get there the first time, Void. Hi, Manafee. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we switched from Greensboro to Raleigh-Durham because they can have bigger airplanes there. All right, let's go into the cockpit. It's air freight, I think, mostly. Stindo Flyer, we too big for this gate too? Well, we're going to jam it out. We're going to make this work. Sibby, okay, so Sibby has been trying like 3 times to make her throttles work. She's in Flight Sim 2020, and she's got the Thrustmaster Warthog throttles. Her throttles work in everything else, and they won't work in the A340. Okay, let's try it again. Here comes that sim. There is Auto ATC. There is our squawk code for the flight. All right, that looks good. Let's go ahead and use Volanta. Heavy weather, just to be sure, I load the Roebuck 3 arrival with the A340 and had no issues. Maybe it's my WASM stuff. I don't know. End that flight. Start a new flight. Roddy is going to Hong Kong. Do you have the new airport, Roddy? Got the new airport for Hong Kong? Okay. I think Volanta should be working. Check the weather cam. That's how we refresh the overlays now. Just works easier that way. Okay. Let's get ready to rumble. This airplane is all cold and dark 2 on us. We've got our throttles, 1, 2, and reversers. Everything works. Speed brakes work, rudder pedals work, and side stick works. Look up here. We should have ground power and external 1, external 2, battery 1, battery 2, emergency 1, emergency 2, open the flap. Now this airplane does turn on a couple of switches all automatically. I just assumed that they didn't have it set up to do that, but I think you can fix it. So we'll do no smoking and emergency exit lights armed and start the APU. Airplane comes to life with all of our really cool monitors and stuff. Let's see. Captain BZBZ, you like the 2024 a lot, especially VRAM. Main thread, anything else? Funny thing is, my rig isn't half bad. Okay, you're being sarcastic, right? It's not working good for you. Is that part of the problem? Roddy likes the new Kong Kong scenery. It is. It's incredibly detailed. And Void is on PlayStation 5. You've got a good HOTAS, but that it's working good. All right, let's go to ground. Okay, I get it. Let's come on over to GSX menu. And we're going to request a jetway. And on this airplane, the jetway is actually going to the proper door. That's right. You said you... Okay. There's JSG Droid. Look at that. Pushing it back too. And we got a nice Lufthansa over there as well. Okay, we got to get this thing going. So that's going to open up that one door over there. And that looks good. That's great. Let's go back to flight ops. We're going to go to status and SimBrief import. This is such a cool airplane. When it works, it is really an awesome airplane. Here is our load sheet. Let's do an import over here. And that's going to give us our numbers. Now we go back to flight ops menu. Let's go to air operations. And we're going to get it already loaded in our weather for Logan. And more weather for Logan, the METARs, and the TAFs. So it already went and loaded those things in, which I think is really amazing with this airplane. Back to flight ops menu. And I don't think we need to worry about anything else. Go to terminal, Raleigh-Durham. Let's see, APC. There's a simple APC. AGC, simple AGC. SID, it's going to be the Bexco departure. SID procedures. Bexco departure. Go to Boston. Go to Star. We're going to do Roebuck. We're going to do the ILS to runway 27. ILS or localizer 27. AGC, airport ground chart. APC, parking. Go and click the pen. And all of our charts are in order the way we need them. I love this one. This one's really, really great. Let's see. Void likes the A330.
Confirmed.
How
Top
can
clearance granted, Agent.
Aerosoft
Loyalty
make
noted.
the... I don't know. The sun is rising over Hong Kong. That's the perfect time to be flying into Hong Kong, by the way. EDU Cavallini became a subscriber on Twitch just now. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate it. Since it's your first time, thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. This is how I keep my life going and my lights on, and I couldn't do it without you. Thank you. There is a way to import your Volanta history. I don't know how, but there is a way to do that. Let's see. Let's refresh the overlay the old-fashioned way. Volanta probably knows we're going to try something new and is angry with me. Hi, Daniel. Welcome aboard. Don't worry about being late. Okay, now we get to come in and do this flight. And this is really, really cool down here. Navigation database is all good and groovy. So we're going to do init. And we're going to do company request. And we have to insert it. Yeah, Volanta appears to be in a very bad mood right now. Volanta's got a problem.
Subscriber
Oh, let's go and reload
Top
that again,
clearance granted,
too.
Agent.
Crookie
Loyalty
just
noted.
became a subscriber. No, did a resub for 2 months. Hey, Crookie, thank you so much. Thank you for the nice resub and really nice support and awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep this goofy little world of mine going. And now we have to wait for all this to paint on. Are we ever going to get to fly? All right, there we go. Volanta should be up for a third time. And if it doesn't work this time, we'll just fly without it. Okay, company flight plan is in, and that all looks good. Raleigh-Durham to Boston, and that looks great. Flight level 410, really perfect. Let's come on up here and do IR number 1, IR number 2, and IR number 3. We'll do crew supply of oxygen. The APU is up and running. Get the APU bleed on, and that looks good. Is there a way to reset the EFB throttle config? No. The only way that I did it in the A340 was I put my throttles all the way forward, and then in the EFB and the settings page for the A340 where it says throttles, in controllers, I clicked the top one first, moved my throttles down to maximum continuous thrust, click the button underneath that, moved them down to the CL climb detent, click that, put it at idle, click that, and that's all I did to make the throttles work. That's all I did on those. All right, align IRS. IRS is aligning. Let's do the departure and departure. We are expecting runway 23 right. It's going to be the Bexco departure. And our transition is boozy and insert. Insert temporary, that looks good. I did change from the A340 to the A350. The A340 just would not work for me. You got my full, you got your throttles working? Crookie, I am a Delta flight on this one. Runway 27, approach is ILS, star is Roebuck 3, transition is Kennedy via AB and insert. The only reason I know that is we've done this arrival. It's not working, so you're still having trouble getting your throttles to work with the A340. It could very well be that there's just all sort of, okay, yeah, there's no, okay, I'm not going to misunderstand that one, Captain Sibby. The airplane's not working. It's like Steven Spielberg directing the movie Jaws. You know, the plane, the shark is not working. The shark is not working. All right, I'm going to... Now, it takes forever to do this. You've had enough? Well, I could imagine so. I would do that too. I'm going to turn off GSX control. Now I'm going to go back to the OPF page, to the load sheet page. And I'm going to set the zero fuel weight. I'm going to set fuel. Instant. I'm going to refresh my center of gravity. And it's essentially done. That's the fast way to do this airplane. Okay, then I'm going to leave it on this page. Come back over here. And this is when this thing gets kind of cool. So our zero fuel weight, you know me, I can't remember the zero fuel weight, but you click Captain OIS, our zero fuel weight is now over here. 164.75. 164.7, right? 164.7. Enter. I don't remember the center of gravity. Go to the Captain OIS button. Look at here, our zero fuel weight center of gravity. is 29.2. Cool. Block fuel, we'll look at what it's supposed to be, 16.3. Look at this, and it says 16.3 on the gas tank. 16.3. That fast. Horizon wants to know who's the virgin behind you. Hey, Mersey Blues from Liverpool. Welcome in from Liverpool. Thanks for coming in. Now for the rest of this. Passengers were over 3. Over here, 238 passengers. 238 passengers. Click over here. Now we're going to go to OFP. That would be JSG Droid. All right, taxi fuel is 0.374. Route reserve, 15 minutes is 1.38. Alternate, I don't think you do alternate. Kennedy is 4.459, so 4.5. Yeah, you do it on this one. And final for 30 minutes of fuel is 2.113. It's got 2.2. That's close enough. I boarded a little bit of extra fuel, and it's got about a little bit of extra fuel with what we need. I added fuel. Did I do something wrong with fuel? CT Aviation says no Virgin jokes on the way to Boston. Well, I'm not flying Virgin, but I can still do the jokes. I like using KG. I actually like the KG. Kilograms is great. Metric is awesome. Okay, all of this looks really good. Return. And let's come over here, go to flight ops, air operations. Our load sheet is now aboard, and that's going to be all the same numbers. This is just another way to look at them. And then there's the METAR for Raleigh-Durham. It keeps flashing. I think if you go down the second time, that turns off the flashing. Altimeter at Raleigh-Durham is 3004. So inches of mercury, 3004. Let's do an initial climb clearance of 10,000 feet for now. 3004 for first officer. That looks good. You think the airplane's a little messed up? I think there might be a problem too. I mean, too many people are having trouble with this airplane. So there we go. All right, all of our numbers look good. Let's do takeoff performance, and then we could actually go and do airplane stuff. And fly a flight simulator. Who would have thought we would have tried to do that? Sync the flight management computer. There we go. Sync the weather. Weather looks good. Let's go ahead and sync the, do the computations. Flaps are going to be 1 plus F. All of that looks good. Send it to the FMS. And why are you yelling at me? Nav Captain Barrow, 3004. It's supposed to be 3003. Whoopsie. All right, we fixed that. It was upset. And let's go and confirm our speeds. Speeds are confirmed. We don't have to worry about anything else. It's going to be a flex. Nav primary is set. And because this airplane will yell at you about performance, about checklists, you should do your checklists. Let's do fuel pumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fuel pumps are groovy. APU is up and running. External 2 going off. External 1 going off. Now we can come back over here to ground. Enable GSX. And we're going to prepare for pushback and departure. That should close the door and retract the jetway. I'm going to disconnect ground power. jetway has not retracted yet.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Okay, the jetway did not push back. I'm going to interrupt this. Disable. Close the door. Retract the jetway myself. Make sure the door closes. Door staying open. Very nice. Close. There we go. Doors closing. Arm our doors for departure. Toggle the slides. Go back to GSX. Go back to the menu. And now we'll try and prepare for pushback and departure again. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to disengage chocks. And let's see if GSX is going to reactivate itself. Everything looks good to go up here. Seatbelts can go on. Let's ask them to put away their devices. Devices are good. We did get a squawk code. Our squawk is going to be 0557. This is a great little radio. 0557. I know somebody did this in chat earlier. I didn't write it down. I'm sorry. CTAF space KRDU. Thank you for doing it. I just didn't write it down. 127.450.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Flip it over. Is next. Okay, gear pins and covers are aboard. Fuel quantities have been checked. The barrel reference is set. And that checklist is now complete. Back to the checklist page. Before start checklist. Parking brakes are on. Takeoff speeds and thrust are set. Slides are armed. Beacon is going on. Beacon is now on. Nose wheel disconnect memo has been observed. That checklist is now complete too. Almost time to go. Boston CTAF is the same as Raleigh-Durham. Cool. Hey, Toby. Not sure what we're going to do after this. We've been flying for a while now. It's kind of a day off. We'll see. Maybe we'll do something else. Let's wait and see when we get halfway to Boston, okay? I know, CLP7. Yay, it finally worked, right? Okay, let's see if anybody's behind us. I don't see anybody behind us. Yeah, of course I'm still here. Flash Duck. Flash Duck is picking your wife up from Raleigh-Durham right now. Say hi to your wife. Let her know that the sim pilots will not endanger her real flight in any way at all. We'll be good. Okay, constraints, airports, and traffic are on. You do have to check the flight directors. Mighty Morph, good to see you. No, it's St. Patrick's Day. So St. Patrick's Day, happy St. Patrick's Day. We're flying because it's fun. Parking brake goes off. Wait a minute. Nose right tail left.
Release parking brakes.
Are we ready to go? Parking brake off.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
On Saturday, Justice is doing a long haul. Auto show, when this airplane was new, you took a picture of it when you were walking to dispatch at Endeavor Air, which is attached to one of the Delta hangars in Minneapolis. It was sitting on the ramp in front of the hangar, and it's a big bird. This is not a small airplane. It absolutely is not a small airplane, is it? How about if we start engine number 1? Starting 1. Yeah, Jamal, this is a A350 auto show. Did so you still have your picture? I have not seen that name in chat in a very long time, Russ. There's several people that have kind of disappeared lately. I mean, completely. A few people I'm quite frankly a little scared for. Let's go down to surveillance. I'm going to turn on the transponder.
Set parking brakes.
Parking brakes are set. Good start on engine number 1. Starting engine number 2. You can use your Thrustmaster start switches on this, and they work. Tim Dog is at home. Tim Dog had a quick sandwich, and now you can relax. What was your sandwich today? It's time to make us all hungry right now, right? Is it special green for St. Patrick's Day? But yeah, we haven't seen. It was an e-ham sandwich. So you're going to do a flight out of Amsterdam? I wonder if people at Amsterdam Airport have as much fun with the term e-ham sandwich as we do here. Or maybe that's just one of my own mental deformities.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Snow is over for now at Mike's place. Getting a good start on engine number 2. And there goes our crew chief. So we got a nice pushback. Show us the gear pin. Hey, look at that nice gear pin. And we're going to give you a nice wave. Thank you. Have a groovy day. Appreciate it. And over here we go. That's available. So starter back to normal. APU bleed goes off. APU master goes off. And back to performance. And let's look up here. It's going to be flaps 1 for takeoffs. Let's do control checks. Elevators all the way forward and release. All the way back and release. Rudder all the way left. All the way right. And ailerons. Pitch trim is already set. Its flaps are going to be 1. Flaps are 1. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are on. Let's do a cabin call. Cabin call. Looks good to go there. Takeoff config check. 1, 2, 3. It's not happy. Weather and predictive wind shear is off. Weather and predictive wind shear is now on. Let's just go to Terra right now. Back to performance. And let's try the config check again. 3. Takeoff config check is good. Waiting for a ready from the cabin. And let's do after start checklist. Anti-ice not needed. Flight controls are checked. Ground clearance is groovy. Checklist is complete. Next checklist is going to be taxi. Flaps are set. Radar is off. Checklist is complete. Taxi lights going on. Parking brakes off. And I think we get to go. How about that? Hi, Chom the best. And out we go. Hi, Canadian Bear. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Now, just good idea here. I'm going to turn off GSX from there. And then we're done with all the ground page stuff. Hello, AZ. Yeah, I haven't heard from Dane Flats, Every now and then, John Fly pops in and does a flight or Star Citizen or something like that.
Detected.
Haven't heard from Wishing Witch from over a year. Wishing Witch has been gone for a while. She lives north of Kiev. I don't know how that's going. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Canadian Bear. JSG Droid says there's icing at 14,000 feet. Horizon Vector, we've got a nice hat. And it is correct. It's for an Airbus. Juice did a follow. Hi, Juice. Thank you for your follow. Welcome aboard. And there is everything there. Come on down here. Let's go to terminal charts, airport ground. Was there an update? There was a while back, and the airplane's working pretty good. A few people have reported having problems with it, but most everybody says it's working really good. I haven't had a nasty problem with it for a while now. I think it was the update from last week, probably more than last week, really. I don't see any ATC. I'm going to just clear myself up to flight level 410. Horizon Vector says a 111 knot tailwind. AZ had a wasm spasm last Saturday with this airplane. Low-Vis has got some work to do, but I'm going to fly my cross-Africa route in the Egypt Air A359 and see if you have any issues. How's it going so far with your startup? Other people like JSG Droids in the A350, A340 was able to get things going with the Roebuck. So it'll be interesting to hear how your flight goes. Low-Vis is loading in now. I think that, yeah, I don't know what's going on. You know, yep, did have fun flights. I'm not sure what could have been the problem. Some people just get tired. Some people have health problems. Raleigh-Durham traffic. There is a Delta A350 taxiing onto runway 23 right and departing on the Mexico departure, the Boozy transition, Raleigh-Durham. Strobes. Hi, Dr. Quigley's. Welcome. Final cabin call. I believe those are icing sensors. I think those are icing sensors. Okay, nicely lined up. And here we go. Throttle's going forward, about halfway. Check the engines. Engines are stable. Throttle's full. Annual flex. SRS runway. Auto thrust. Retriever review text art. Hang on. V1, hands off the throttles. Rotate. Gear up. Flaps up. Lever climb, thrust climb, lower the nose a little bit. AZ's thinking about Star Citizen. There are people that have a really good time with Star Citizen. I think it's one of it's one of those simulation games that does have a fairly good learning curve, but once you get over the initial learning curve, it's pretty cool. Don't know for sure though. Raleigh-Durham traffic. Delta 441 is clear of runway 23 right, and we are direct to aim high. Raleigh-Durham. Irby has had 35 hours in South Carolina the past few days. Oh, Star Citizen. I messed that up, didn't I? Okay, that looks really good. Let's do a direct to aim high. So direct to aim high, insert, and AP. Engage. Sibby just tested the throttles and they're working okay in your Phoenix, but they're not working okay in your A340. See, the throttles that I'm using in the A340 are essentially the throttles that I used in the they're essentially the throttles that I used in the A340 are the Phoenix throttles. So that's really weird. Now you're one of the only people that I know that is using the really nice Warthogs. So I don't know what that means. Loviz wants to know, Sibby, did you calibrate them? Were you able to calibrate them okay in the EFB and the A340? Tim Dog tried FS to crew for a while. There are some cool things, but there are annoyances in Flight Sim. I'm shocked to hear that there could be annoyances in Flight Sim. And that looks good. Landing lights, taxi lights, cabin call, 10,000 feet. We'll also let them start using their devices. Argo raft hunting fun. Oh, this is, okay, so this is Star Citizen. This is what Irby's doing. Horizon Vector uses Pro Desk Sim and the A319 thrust levers. The text-to-speech engines don't always understand you. Flocala, yeah, I know. We actually started flying the airplane. What the heck with that? I know I had to mess with... Loviz had to mess with throttles in the A346. I got them working. Not sure what I finally did to get them going. I don't... Uh-oh. You're always scary when you hear that. I don't want to be argumentative, but I don't see too many people claiming to have problems with one plane or another. Honestly, based on my experience with Flight Sim 2024, I think fewer software, the less software you install, the better the sim works. If you start installing every application you find online, problems are guaranteed. This explains why I almost never... I don't think that that's argumentative at all. I think that's actually a really good observation. Sibby wants to know if Loviz pressed all the buttons. Well, that's what sim pilots are supposed to do, right? We're just supposed to punch all the buttons and stuff. VexFreeze set the 0 to 100% bindings and did a couple of EFB calibrations and it worked. Okay, so Sibby, maybe change your throttle bindings on the A350 to the 0 to 100% and see how that works. I don't know. I know it's getting late in Athens, but that might be a good thing to do. En route charts, out we go. 122.8. Captain Whip is a recovering mod addict. He is in treatment this week. Oh, really? Captain Whip decided to delete a bunch of mods? Less chance of a WASM issue, the fewer mods you have. I think that that's a good point, too. I don't know, is Captain Whip going to be able to survive without favorite mods and stuff like that? Let's go flight plan on this side. We are 552 miles from Boston. We should be landing at 22:57 Zulu time. And that's real world time. We're flying real world at the moment. Never been in one of these kinds of little first class seats, which you can kind of set to lay down and everything else. I would be so afraid that if I fell asleep like this, I'd I don't know, snore till I don't really snore any, but snore or start chattering away in my sleep or do something dumb. I would be just worried about that. Yes, I worry about stupid things. Welcome to the Spy Flight. Mike on the radio is landing in Boston just in time for some more corned beef and cabbage. Actually, I don't have a problem with that, Will, from online. The thing that would concern me most would be my other passengers doing that. I know, talking in your sleep is bad for a spy. When I first started in the broadcasting business, I mean very first started in the broadcasting business, I apparently did for a while, and then after I started learning what I was doing, I stopped. Okay, all of my throttles moved. It's not full or idle. I'm sorry, I wasn't figuring out some of the words. People are either sleeping or wearing headphones, so nobody's going to hear you. Okay. Well, the flight attendants would. They said, oh, there's a weird guy over in seat 10A. Of course, the best thing to do is, get aboard and have a nice bottle of adult beverage to put you to sleep. There's Boozy. Go to 80 miles. Boston, here we come. Let's see if any ATC's around. Raleigh-Durham's all clear of spy planes now. Jeez, look at how long it took me to get out of there. Okay, looks like Boston is got a ground and an ATIS up right now. Approaches are being conducted to 7, so we're still good with our runway. If you worked for the airlines, you would be an avid non-rever. I don't know. I'm not sure what it must be, Thing about non-rev is, don't they almost always... you probably end up in a middle seat all the time. It's probably not as much fun being a non-revenue, getting the non-rev seats as you would. 7 more weeks and Paul gets to do an EasyJet flight to the Greek island of Rhodes. Mike on the radio says non-rev traveling is nerve-wracking. I would imagine it would be too. Depends on how many seats there are in the plane. Well, this flight's going pretty good. And in October, Paul gets to ride on an A380 to Thailand. Yeah, hopefully long before October rolls around, people come to their senses. When Mike on the radio worked for the airlines, it was always a crapshoot into the plane is on, until the airplane's off the ground. There was always a chance the flight ahead of you, the destination cancels, so it would be a crapshoot. Yeah, I would imagine it probably would, unless it's the mission critical crew or something like that. If it's like a mission critical crew member that's got to be somewhere. Free Lethal only missed 2 flights on standby, LA to SeaTac and BWI to Providence for Expo. Maybe you work for an unreliable air carrier. Well, I mean, unless that air carrier had lots of WASM crashes, I would assume that there's a certain level of reliability. And 24,000 feet, so seatbelts can go to auto. Rest of our lights on. Logo is off. Wing lights, landing lights, taxi are off. Over here, cabin is pressurizing. Passengers are happy. Mercy Blues has got a holiday flight to San Francisco from Manchester. You're going to go via Dublin, taking an ATR, then an A350. You've never been on a prop plane? I think you'll enjoy it. It'll be an interesting experience. Irvi says that ATRs are surprisingly comfortable. I mean, there's going to be, if all of you've ever been on is a jet, I think the thing you're going to notice is there's a lot more like vibration, vibration and stuff like that. You'll notice some interesting GeForce, when they're, cycling the props and stuff like that. You'll notice that a little bit. That's an unusual feel when, cycling the prop, changing the variable pitch on the propellers. But other than that, it's an airplane. AZ wants to go to Billy Bishop with the Q plane. There is a Q plane, Majestic is working on a plane. It isn't going to be anytime soon. I don't know, 5 years? How long did they say that they were going to start working on porting out their airplane from P3D? Like years and years and years and years. Coming up on gears. We are 11 miles to our top of climb. Yeah, that's right. I was trying to remember. Stearman, I think it's the Dash 8. That's what Majestic is working on. It's a lot of seats back there. Yeah, well, I think that FlyJ Sim ruined it for everybody. Now, if the airplanes don't come with a flushing toilet and a plushie, it's just not the same. We've got a waypoint up here. I sure hope I don't have to say this on the frequency, because I'm not sure how to say that one. I have a feeling that I could get in trouble on the radio if I say that one. That's right, the working coffee machines in the BAEs. That was good to see them do that too. Working coffee machines. I don't know. I have no idea what it would have cost, but back in the day, when FlyJ Sim put out their Q400, I think there's a lot of people that would have forked out actual dollars, and maybe a few of them, to get the FlyJ Sim plushie if they could have figured out a way to produce it and make it. I didn't see that part of the video. I had to stop. I stopped at the takeoff, not the full tour. I did see the part about the lavatories in the back of the airplane, low vis, where they're all kind of lined up in a semicircle, and it's right underneath the inlet for the engine that's in the back of the airplane. And the guy in the video said they are the loudest lavatories ever. It's just, you have to have it, almost hearing protection. I have not tried the HUD. As Loviz will complain to you, I am not a very good HUD pilot. I love a HUD in a fighter jet, but in a jet airplane, I feel like it just blocks too much of my view. Captain Sibby's giving up right now. So don't give up. Maybe tonight, Sibby. My guess is look, you're not the only one having problems with the A340. Other people are having problems with the A340. It's being awfully cranky loading in for a lot of folks. My guess is our friends from Aerosoft and Tolas have got to start thinking about pushing out an update. It's too expensive of an airplane to just leave it the way it is. So I figure, it's time for a slice of really, really good Greek pizza and a bottle of your favorite beverage and enjoy the night. And I would guess that in a few days or weeks, they've got to be doing an update, right? I think, Sibby, so I wouldn't worry about it too bad. Loviz says that the HUD in the A350 is really nice. I don't think it's in this particular livery, or I haven't got it turned on. Yeah, Manifee, so right now, since I'm flying today, we'll probably chill on Wednesday and Thursday. Thursday, I'm going to try and do some learning video with the new little camera here and have that posted over on YouTube. We'll see how good I am at that. And then our first flight will probably be Frankfurt Friday on Friday. But yeah, I wouldn't totally just give up. This is too nice of an airplane. And, Aerosoft and Tolas are good names in the business. So they've got to be checking out performance, watching some people, and there you go. You're going to go to bed before you get too sad? Yeah. Well, just look down there. There's a very, very cute little dog named Yoshi, and Yoshi will make you smile. And it'll all be better in the morning. Everything's good here. Passengers are nice and happy. Engine's looking good. 31,000 feet. I think I'm supposed to go to 41,000 feet. Yeah, we were supposed to go to flight level 410, I think, according to the flight plan. OFP. Yep, flight level 410. Sibi, I don't know if you're still here. Loviz says they also have a support page over at Aerosoft Discord. Maybe, especially since you've got, the Warthog throttles, maybe it might be worth your time to look at that. How to Bert. Hi, How to Bert. Thank you for becoming a subscriber on Twitch. I really appreciate that. Thank you. This is how I keep my lights on. And I appreciate you doing that. Thank you. Welcome on in. Over to en route. We've passed Richmond. There's Nottingham, but not the Nottingham that we think. Manaphy is hoping for an update from Horizon on the 787. No idea. I haven't heard much about that. Generally, I haven't done a lot. I think that the Horizon mods were good back in the day when Flight Sim first kind of came out. But after we started getting paywares, really good payware, airplanes, even though the mod was free, I think that most kind of just really were not interested in the in those free mods. I haven't been in a 780. I think I did the 787 once. It was okay, but it was sort of like, you know, I just soon hold off and wait until we get a really good 787, and then I'll jump into it. There's 33,000, 50 miles to our top of climb. We're 407 miles from Boston. Somebody should call ahead and place the order for Sam Adams and clam chowder. Late night flying, How to Bert is flying in Europe. You wanted to see some sunshine. Yeah, it's gotten pretty dark over in Europe right now, hasn't it? We're on the U.S. East Coast right now, heading from Raleigh-Durham up to Boston-Logan. Let's see, we got Chicago Center up, lots of ATC around Chicago. Dulles has got tower and ground, Kennedy's got ground. But yeah, late night stuff in Europe, it's pretty dark at the moment. Probably people are starting to call it a night too. So it's kind of quiet here along the U.S. East Coast. There's Chicago wide open right now. Looks like Seattle is up and Houston's up. Heavy Weather says that there's a patch for the 787 headwind, and that makes it a good freeware. Looks like we got a area of the North Atlantic that's up, though. So that's nice. I figured there'd be a lot more Dublin stuff. Well, there's a little more Dublin going on. Let's see. Stansted, Heathrow, EGPF. I don't remember this one. This is, Luton. Stansted and Luton. Those two. So there's a little bit in the UK going on right now. Looks like we've got a little bit around Paris. Poland has got some. It looks like Poland is completely lit up right now. ATC all over Poland. So Copenhagen has a bunch of ATC. Couple of small airports in Germany, a little bit of Italy. Looks like Eastern Spain is up too. How To says nobody is controlling over Montenegro right now. It's a very lonely DLH-23 flight. Sometimes they get pretty lonely. Loviz suggested, so yesterday we were chatting about a flight out of Brussels. There was a video that Loviz found, and it was a real-world cockpit flight with a DHL from Flight Radar 24. And I think it was Brussels to, not Marseille. I think it began with an M, though. Madrid? And that was a DHL flight. I really thought that was a cool video. And it was a good behind the scenes video for sure. I actually think I have it. Yeah, here, I'm going to send you a link if you weren't here yesterday, if you'd like to see a cool behind the scenes video there. Milan, that's right. It was Brussels to Milan airport. And I don't think it was the main airports either, right? So Brussels, the main airport is EBBR. But I think it was a different departure point. So let's just do a quick sky vector to see how long this one was. EBBR. And then the other one would have been Milan. LIMC. I think it was City Airport, though. It was EBL. Okay, Loviz says those are the ones to look at. So this one might be worth following. So EBLG. And then it was 2 LIMC. Oh, the main one. So this is not the longest of flights either. So it's only 328 miles. And there is actually, you can get a livery for the airplane that they used. But if you're looking for a nice video to watch, this one could be fun and might actually be something interesting to do if we wanted to maybe take a break from Frankfurt Friday. I'm gonna just kind of pencil this in real fast and look and see if there's some airports that might be fun. Hector is in chat. Is it better to get wireless or wired for a PC or Wi-Fi? I think if you're talking about things like headsets and stuff and wireless controllers, like a wireless controller for your computer for flight sim, I think wired is better if that's what you're talking about, because you fly for long periods of time and your earphone batteries are going to go out. And if they're going to probably go out for you in one of the worst possible times, some of the worst possible times for you. So, if that's what you're talking about, if you're talking about Wi-Fi versus Ethernet, like Tim J said, I would look more at Ethernet because Flight Simulator uses a lot of data and you want fast stuff. So I would plug it in. Okay, let's go ahead and see. So this is Liège Airport, EBLG. Is not one that we've been to before. And there's an MM Simulations of EBLG Airport. And they've got one at Contrail. Let's look at the one from Contrail. Martel's calling it a night. Good night, Martel. Hey, thanks for being here. I hope you have a good week. We'll see you Friday. Loviz says that this is a really big cargo airport. It's a $20 airport. And the galleries, there's also some military there too. They do have what looks like a really nice terminal. But this is also a huge, look at that. Here's some of the cargo stuff here. And the video that I saw in that video said there was a lot of DHL flights. Loviz has done a FedEx flight out of here before, so this might be a really nice one for our departure. I think we also have a Milan already. There is a Borelli scenery over at Any Builds. There's a couple of smaller ones. This one looks like it's the best. And there's one for Flight Sim 2024. And this one's actually on sale. So this might be a nice change over from Frankfurt Friday. And if you get a chance to watch that video, if you get a chance to see the video, that one might be a nice thing to do. Good night, Martel. See us Friday. Dial-up. Boy, I'm glad we're not doing dial-up. That was boring. We're at our final cruise, 41,000 feet, almost to the equal time point. We are 95 miles from top of descent. Let's see. Heavy Weather says the best LIMC is going to be the David Rosenfield Airport. And that one is made by Aerosoft. So Heavy Weather says LIMC. That's Borelli. There's South Oak, Demos, VA Systems. So Tim, Heavy Weather says this is one of the best to look at. This one is available in the marketplace if you want that. So I'm not sure. Would I take this one on Cross the Pond? Hi, Ryan. You know, the thing is, some people are still having WASM crashes with it. I haven't had a WASM crash in 3 flights. It used to be that every 3rd flight I had a WASM crash. So this one should have been a WASM crash based on my past experience. Right now we're doing pretty good. That being said, it could get bad. We never know. But if we go ahead and fly for a while and there is not a problem, I might actually think about doing it like that and do that. Requests. So let's see. Inboxes. I wonder how we request run now. Reports. Loviz is going to take you're going to take the A350. I thought you were going to take the A340 on Cross the Pond. Ground maintenance at autosave panel states options. Flight load sheet terminal en route. There is the new MSR A350. That's right. So you're doing, Loviz is going to do Cross Africa in The A350 for Egypt Air. How to Bert, they operate actually fairly, they're similar. They're very similar systems, and cockpits are actually too. That being said, I think the one that I'm flying right now is a better quality one because the A380 is from fly-by-wire. Fly-by-wire is freeware. This one was the payware. On the other hand, this is the one that's having the WASP crashes and stuff like that. Tim J published one, and you put that in Simulator Talk. Simulator Talk. Okay, so Tim J says this is a great Milan scenery, and it's from Aerosoft. Hi, Christian. Welcome aboard. Wow, that's really nicely done, terminal. Wow, that's actually pretty cool. Loviz uses the Aerosoft LIMC too. Oh, I love the Ataro, the cool blue Ataro livery. That's a really nice one. Didn't you depart from this one in real life, Loviz? Or arrive in Milan? Was that one of your real world? Wow, this is actually a pretty nice one. This is actually a fairly nice livery. A nice scenery, airport. It's 20 euros right now. You have not done Milan. Okay. You have not done Milan IRL. We are 41 miles from top of descent. We need to get some weather here. There's another place that we can get some weather. If we come up here and go to ATC Comms and we do digital ATIS and send a request for arrivals in Boston, we'll get all the information in here. I may actually have an LIMC. I'm just looking at airports right now before we take off. Digital ATIS has been received. Let's put in the arrival data. So approach. The wind right now is 280 at 18. At 18. Horizon vector has started the descent. It's 4 degrees Celsius. The altimeter is 2981. Okay, that looks good. Our baro for the runway that we're expecting on ILS runway 27. The official airport is Aeroporto Internazionale di Milano Malpensa Silvio Berlusconi Airport. I'm not saying that every time I have to talk on the radio. I can barely get United 441 out. Category 1 is 460 feet. Baro. All right, that looks good. And that looks good too. All right, 23 miles to top of descent. We don't need those anymore. On the Roebuck arrival, that's a little bit long. Runway 27 is going to put us over here at Hokdu at 5,000 feet. No ATC. I'm going to dial in 5,000 feet. And this airplane should manage us down very nicely. Let's go ahead, and I do know that we have gone into Milan a few times. So I think Loviz is right. We've got something. I just don't know which one. Roddy has got about another 2 hours left to go to Hong Kong. I was really impressed also with the Hong Kong scenery. I think that that's going to be something that we're going to want to go back and fly out of. I know we all love Kai Tak, but they did a good job on that airport. LIMC. I do have a scenery. It's the Parallel. So I do have one, but I don't think it's one of the nicer ones. Let's see if I got doubled here. Nope, that's the one I've got. And I think that that's probably some freeware or something. Is it the flight or the airport that's too long? I think it was just the airport's name that was too long. 7 miles from top of descent.
Subscriber confirmed.
Jim is back in chat with a nice resub. Thanks for the resub, Jim. Good to see you, and thank you for coming by today. Thank you for 43 months of very nice support. I will. I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping me to keep this groovy little show going. And let's go to managed. And our descent has begun. But again, if you wonder why all the talk about Milan and Belgium, there was again a really cute little real world cockpit flight. And one of the reasons that I'm kind of carrying on about this is I really thought that the video was great, partly because I recognized so many things in the real world video. So I put another link in just so you'll see what this is all about. But looking at that video and the things that they were doing in the A300, a lot of that stuff we're doing in the A300. Now, they had some great, they had some really awesome iPad applications in there that we just don't have. But everything else in their A300, we've got in our A300. And their cockpit and our cockpit look the same, so I thought that was neat. Many people in Italy don't like that change. Oh, really? Horizon Vector is holding at Judy for a fuel dump. Are you a little too heavy to land? We're over Kennedy right now. And don't see an awful lot of New York. Too many clouds. And our descent is going pretty good. Yeah, low-vis is, there was it a hydraulic or was it a fuel? It was a fuel transfer from the center tank, but because the flight was so short, they didn't have anything in the center tank, so you got to see the pilots working a real world. We got a problem with the airplane checklist. It was the fuel thing, because they didn't have anything in the center tank, so they worked through it, and it was great. But it also showed behind-the-scenes stuff at DHL Cargo at their big hub, and apparently Brussels is a big hub for DHL. So that would be really kind of cool. And with a nice airport like that, we could take some A300s. And I love Frankfurt Friday. I really do. I still get a charge out of Frankfurt Friday and stuff. But that might be a cool first flight for us in the A306 doing DHL Flyin. right, the arrival is all good. The airplane should manage it just fine. Here's that hold, Judy, that Horizon Vector is holding at. So there is, there's the published hold that Horizon Vector is doing just to burn off fuel. How much fuel do you have to burn off? My guess is you probably just can't dump it, right? If you go in and out of the pinned charts, it will clean out your old charts for you, so you only have the ones that you need. I really like the the charts app in this. Plus, we can use either Jepson charts or Lido charts, and I think that's a really nice choice to have too. So, once this airplane is done with WASM difficulties, I think this is going to be a really cool airplane to have for longer flights. Let's just see where Delta does cool stuff at Boston. Boston Logan. I think they're back behind where United is. Arrivals, Delta arrivals, JetBlue, Republic, JetBlue, Delta. Here's a 737, 738, A319, looking for something a little bigger, A321. Well, let's look and see what this, there's 739. Let's see what this, here's an A321 Neo for, nope, that's JetBlue. Here's an A321 that came in from Hartsfield. So A15 is where Delta is going to park a slightly longer airplane. So let's look at APC and find the gate. Apocalypse Please says it's going to be the A gates. So Terminal A, Alpha 15. Okay, so it's going to be over here. So we'll come off the runway, go past Terminal B, probably on Echo, and straight over here to 15. Looking at the airport ground chart, we're coming in on runway 27. Be nice to catch the Echo, but we'll probably catch Kila at the end of the runway and then taxi in that way. So maybe Kila takes us over there. Cool. Apocalypse Please, thank you for coming in. Remember the, CTAF for Boston. I just did CTAF for Boston, and it gave me 128.8. 128.8 for Boston. And we'll bring in the map a click. Buckeye says to hydrate a little bit more green tea on St. Patrick's Day. And our descent's going pretty good. I think it's time for seatbelts to go on. And we've got seatbelts and no smoking on. We'll I usually do devices a little closer to 10,000 feet. Maybe in the real world they want you to put your devices, turn your devices off sooner. Like put your laptops away, that sort of deal. And surprisingly automatic stuff here. Let's do a little ATC and see what's around Boston. Make sure we don't land on somebody. Not a lot of activity at the moment. Some smaller airports are up. Providence is up. Bradley is up. Bradley. Oh, I thought Providence was up. So Bradley's up, and there's this little guy called Bedford is up too. Boston's got 15 arrivals, 8 departures. Not a lot of activity at the moment. We have to be between flight level 230 and 210 here at Roosie. And looks like we're just right where we're supposed to be there. Checklist time. Next checklist is approach, baro reference. Not quite time for that. Apocalypse Please says there's a Long Island event for GA flying. The new Caravan is out. So there's a new Caravan GA airplane that's going to be out for that. So that might be good. I see that Boston Approach 133.0 has popped on. My guess is that they're mostly going to be concerned with the GA event, right? Apocalypse, please. So, I'm going to just. I've got CTAF in right now. We'll see if they decide to beep us. If we get beeped, we'll go over there. But I'll bet they're going to concentrate on other airports. Boston Approach. Let's see. North Kingston is up. Providence is up. Bradley is now up. No, I don't want to take the CRJ into I don't want to take the CRJ into Martha's Vineyard. That airport hates me. Loviz says that KISP Airport is a JetBlue airport. KISP. Trying desperately to come up with some sort of KISP joke, but Loviz has gotten direct flights from Palm Beach to KISP on JetBlue A320s. It's called that. KISP is Long Island MacArthur. Tim Dog also says that Southwest will fly to Long Island MacArthur and also to Providence. $18,000 feet, almost time for a new altimeter. And we checked over here. If we go back from checklists to ATC comms, the altimeter is 2981. 2981. Ooh, much lower. barometric pressure here. And that one is now set. And we can come back here. I need to get some more of my extra views set up here so I can get to these things better. Checklist menu, approach, barrel reference is set, seatbelts are on, minimums are set, runway condition is dry, auto brakes, we're just going to go with medium, and auto brakes are medium. This airplane also does the cute little brake to vacate thing. Loviz says there's a lot of air flights that actually go into KISP. So here it is here. So there's arrivals from Boston Logan. There's a cap flight there. Long Island, Palm Beach, Baltimore, Southwest Florida. Let's see, Palm Beach, Orlando, Teterboro, Baltimore. I bet they have a ground stop at about for 2 hours at Baltimore. Montreal goes there. Well, that's a biz jet. Fort Lauderdale, Orlando, Raleigh, Durham, Tampa. Lots of Florida flights going to this one. Lots of Florida flights. Is that maybe one of those things where people will have a house in Florida and a house up there? Loviz says there's snowbirds. That's what they are. So maybe it's snowbirds going back and forth between properties. I can't imagine having like two places like snowbirds that do that. There is not a freeware. Boston Approach says they'd like to talk to us at 133.0. Boston Approach, hi there. Delta 441 is overhead Provi with the latest weather into Boston. I don't have control over my radio. I don't have control over the radio. I'm not getting transmitter or reception. I got beeped. Oh, because I forgot to do these things. You have to turn the radios on here. Jeez, what an idiot. Now it'll work.
Virgin 1959, you are...
Yeah, no, it wasn't the Katie Pilot app. I got that. Yellow cards from Starlugo. I deserve them.
Left 300, maintain 3,000 total stops for the ILS 27 for Virgin 19.
At German Cargo 7896, descend maintain 3,000.
German Cargo coming in.
Set 3,000 feet, Lufthansa Cargo 789.
Boston Approach, hi there. Delta 441 is descending on the Roebuck 3 arrival with the latest weather into Boston.
Delta 441, Boston Approach, Boston, altimeter 2981, runway 27, descend via the Roebuck 3.
Runway 27 descending on the Roebuck 3 arrival with the altimeter at 2981 for Boston 440, Delta 441. Boston 440.
Yeah, the Boston Tower. Actually, I'll put up the Boston ATIS. Boston Tower will be on shortly, and they'll have it up. But for you guys coming in, we'll have the ATIS up here shortly.
Thanks. We stole the weather from the real world. Hey, Roddy. Yeah, you
yeah,
like...
we steal weather from the real world all the time, so that's what you're going to get.
Convenient how that works. I like that song, too. The song that you just heard, Postcard. That one's kind of a catchy little tune. No more. What do you mean? I am not having green beer. This is green tea day today. I got in a lot of trouble from Polyot because my can is not green enough. But I've got green tea. I didn't make it to the store for actual green beer. Justice, not that far out.
German Cargo 8996, turn left heading 300, join the runway.
About 60 miles, Justice. Not a menace in the sky. No. We're being good pilots today.
Join the localizer for runway 27, Cargo 79.
Emergent 1959, maintain.
Well, I'm unflyable at the moment because apparently I don't even remember how to turn on my freaking radio.
170 knots, so 5 mile final at Ripple for urban mission.
Boston Logan Airport information. Tango is up. We're all good to go.
German Cargo 7896, 6 miles from Loner, maintain present heading and 3000 till established cleared ILS runway 27 approach.
Maintain present heading, clear eyes approach 3000 and main clear eyes approach runway 27.
Well, I hate to say it out loud. I'm probably going to get in trouble, but
and German Cargo
this airplane's working really good. This is going to be my third flight in this airplane without a WASM crash. I'm probably, going to get one on approach now, but I got to tell you,
okay, German Cargo 7896.
loving the fact that this is working.
Maintain 170 knots or less until 5 DME. And that's for spacing of traffic going into Boston.
I know, Mountain Man, I hate to say it out loud. I'm going to get in big trouble. Yeah, it's the A350. Not Murky. Yeah, this is it. And, hey.
Good evening, Delta 331. This is descending via the Roebuck 3, passing left.
Original Darkwind hasn't had a problem in a while, too.
Approach. Thanks for checking in, Boston. Altimeter 2981.
No job, no boat. So, WASM is this groovy little system that they use. And
German Cargo 7896 looks like
it allows them to do some amazing things with the instruments. Problem is that thing crashes every now and then with some airplanes. And it's been doing that with this for a while, but it seems to be getting better. The developer's kind of fixing the problems with that. And WASM's got a groovy little name that I don't ever remember. Polyot's throwing things at the wall saying, darn it, I explained it to you 5 times. And I haven't remembered. But if we were to get a WASM crash, all of those monitors would go orange. All of the and we wouldn't be able to do anything except use the stick. Even the throttles don't work. Even the throttles don't work. Map goes in a click. Our review tech of all the high fidelity spyware we have, the A350 is easiest. This is a good airplane. I like it. When it works great. I still like my baby bus, the A319 for a VATSIM event. That being said, I could see flying this thing into vectors to Copenhagen. Maybe next Monday. Maybe doing a vectors to Copenhagen with this thing.
28018 gust 29 runway 27.
Runway 27 clear to land with Delta Cargo 789.
It's handling the descent perfectly. I do too. I hope they don't give up on it. That way this airplane can be as stable as the Phoenix. as stable as a PMDG airplane, because this is one that I would like to take on across the pond. This would be a great cross the pond airplane. You can also do CPDLC with this. This has CPDLC built into it, just like in the real airplane. And that's pretty cool too. The tolless airplanes, well, you know what? If you've got your X-Plane 11 working good, the tolless airplanes are outstanding airplanes, and I really think that that's a good thing for you to enjoy. If you've got it working. Gonna take control of my own speed now, and the autopilot from WinWing is working really good. It mostly is similar to that. Now, one of the things that I'm seeing is I'm seeing some other people when they start up this in the A340, they're turning on the external power before they're turning on the batteries. That's kind of unusual, at least for, you know, Flaps 1. You'd like the WinWing? Yeah, the WinWing flight control unit and the Electron and the McDo EFISes. I love having those. They're really good. Speed brakes are armed. And checklist time. There's our checklist. Hey, Mach 3 Outdoors. Never feel bad about being late. No one's ever late here. Come in when you can make it. I'm going to take control over my
Virgin 1959, welcome to Boston. Straight ahead on Echo, cross runway 4 right and 4 left, and then make a right on Alpha to the gate.
JSG Droid made it into Boston in the A340. Wow, way to go.
Delta 441 is going to maintain 3,000.
Send to maintain 3,000 now for Delta 441. Yeah, it's going to be a beautiful sunset. And if you're new to this flight sim thing, one of the things about flight simming is, I got to tell you, the sunrises and sunsets are really, really nice. Starting up the LS system now here. Let's also do a nice little posture check. Get ready to fly the airplane like a pilot instead of a computer programmer. Come on over here to the ILS and localizer page and look in here and check the call sign, IDGU. IDGU. These both match. So if those match, that's a good thing. Flight attendants, seats for landing. And Boston just right over there. Wait a minute. Runway 27, you know what that means? That means it's going to be an insanely bright...
The 441, 10 miles from Loner, turn left heading 300, maintain 3,000, still established. Clear dial. Approach 170 knots. Rip it.
Delta 441, we are turning to the left 300 degrees. We are going to maintain 3,000 till established, cleared for the ILS runway 27 and 170 knots till rip it for Delta 441.
All correct.
Airplane is not making the turn. It didn't make the turn for me. I got to do it myself. The autopilot didn't work. we're gonna have to fly this manually. Gear going down. It's being a terrible brat. Flight directors are not happy with me at all.
Delta 331, center maintain 3000.
Center maintain 3000, Delta 331.
Somehow my main flight director turned off. I wonder if I did that.
7896, welcome to Boston. Straight ahead on Echo, cross runway 4 right and 4 left on Echo, and then make a right or left, well, straight in or right on Alpha to the gate.
Okay, looking good there. Map goes in a final click. We have got localizer waiting for the glide slope. I know, raw data manually. I don't know what happened, but my flight director got disconnected.
Maintain 3000, will establish cleared ILS runway 27.
Delta 331, left turn 300, return maintain 3000 until established, cleared ILS 27 approach.
And Delta 331, maintain 170 knots to Ribbon.
And we maintaining 170 on Ribbon, Delta 331.
JetBlue 260, descend and maintain 3000 feet.
Approach mode is set. We're good to go with that. So what I did is restart, hit the flight director button again, did a direct to loaner, hit the flight autopilot, and that was working. I don't know why it would not take the heading though. That was weird. I think the thing about having the Phoenix app open, though, is the Phoenix is a very complex airplane, and a lot of the work that's being done by the Phoenix is being done outside of the sim, and I think that's why it is that they've got that set up so that the app is on doing its own work outside of the sim, so the sim doesn't have to do the work. That might be a gross oversimplification on my part, but I think that's what it is. It's incredibly well optimized. That's another reason why I really like flying the A319 and stuff into things like Frankfurt Friday, vectors to Copenhagen. It runs really well.
260, reduce speed to 190.
Brit Bear, is that the way you think it works? Yeah, it does. It does. Well, I don't know. Whenever I'm flying along, I think it starts the Phoenix app, and then I think the Phoenix app minimizes itself, at least in my sim.
Fly heading 300, join the runway 27 localize.
Coming up on Rip It, and we're good for about 130.
441, the wind 280, 18, gust 29er, runway 27. You are clear to land.
2,500.
Runway 27, clear to land, Delta 441, thank you. If you don't get WASM crashes either, just like the iFly. Oh, you don't get WASM crashes either, just like the iFly. That's right, we don't get WASM crashes in the Phoenix, and I don't ever remember a problem there. Can't wait for the, by the way, a video came out recently, or an update. iFly is got to be getting a little bit closer to releasing the update for the 737 MAX and one that's got a really good electronic flight bag, the iPad. So we're going to have some good charts aboard that airplane, and I think that's going to make me want to fly the MAX again. They are in the process of doing that right now, Original Darkwind, and it looks like maybe they're going to be here. It'll be available soon. Flaps are 3.
Delta 331, 6 miles in trail of an Airbus A350. Caution wave turbulence, runway 27, clear to land.
Runway 27, clear to land, Delta 331.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
QLK Programmer. Just hit the follow button. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. Flaps are full. Flaps hanging all the way down now. Speed's coming down. And checklist is complete. Well, the thing is from what I understand, iFly purposefully delivered, they developed that airplane with the EFB that we all know and dislike very much, because that was the original EFB that came out with the MAX from our friends at Boeing. And apparently none of the airlines liked it in the real world, and they said, that's okay, Mr. Boeing, you go ahead and keep your EFB, we'll make our own. And so they came up with their own, and that's why they did that. It's probably a little easier for them to do that, but the new EFB and the update should be great. Got a little bit of a breeze from the right blowing us out over the water, but not bad. Almost always get a wind shift too here in Boston as you get closer to the ground.
500.
Throx, I love the PMDG 777s. They're both very, very good airplanes.
Minimum.
Landing.
400.
The 777s are great. I have the most fun, like most people. We have the most fun in the 777s flying cargo
300.
in the 200ER.
JetBlue 260, you're 6 miles in trail of an Airbus
200.
A320, runway 27, number 2, clear to land.
100. 9, 8, 7, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
Delta 441 Heavy, welcome to Boston, right turn off the runway when able.
Right when able, Delta 441 Heavy. All right. I'm sure that there's a party at Denny Crane's house.
441, continue on Echo cross runway 4 right and 4 left, and then we're going to the Delta gate straight ahead, Echo on into the Delta gate.
Sounds good. Delta 441 Echo, cleared across 4 right, 4 left, remain on Echo into Delta Land for Delta 441. Thank you. Delta Land, the new
nice
theme
job
park.
Flying. You guys got lined up all really nicely.
It felt really good. I wonder if GSX is going to be nice to me on this flight, considering how mean it's been to me. Minus 241, 1.06 Gs. Of course it was. Ah, good old GSX. I think I was mostly going for the touchdown zone with that. Not necessarily going for the butter on this one, but going back to trying to do the touchdown zone. We'll turn off devices now so people can use their phones. And we should also do APU start. and we're going to, we got a Lufty Cargo MD-11 over there. I'll bet they're getting ready to go across the pond.
Copy my adjustment of your cruise altitude.
That's one of the cool things, you know, real airports and stuff like that. You know, you get to go and see these really big airplanes just sitting there, and you know they're going to some long, faraway place. We are supposed to be going to gate Alpha 15. That is going to be right in the middle of the terminal there. That's Delta Land.
Yeah, thank you. Delta 331, welcome to Boston. Right turn off the runway when you are able.
Does the A350 automatically work with SimApp Pro? No, you don't need SPAD.next to make that work. You don't need that to make it work. There's Alpha 15. I hope. Or is that it? Nope, I missed it by one. We'll go to Alpha 16.
Yeah, thanks for flying, Boston. See you later. Delta 331, right turn on Kilo, cross runway 4 left, and then a straight in on Kilo to the Delta gate.
Delta 331, we are going right on Kilo, cross runway 4 left, and straight in on the Delta gate by Kilo. Delta 331, take place.
And we'll just do some of our own gate guidance here. So I don't need MobiFlight or SimApp Pro. I do use SimApp Pro so that it will work, so that my autopilot will work. You could get some stuff from MobiFlight. I'm going to guess we're going to go right there. And that looks good. Did we get the APU up and running? We sure did. So APU bleed can go on. And we'll do engine number 1 and engine number 2. We'll come on up here, go to surveillance. We're done with weather. And we're going to turn off the transponder. And you do have to confirm the transponder going off on this airplane. With that, we can come up here and do fuel pumps. And we can do our ADIRs. And last flight of the day, so crew supply of oxygen can go on. And with that, we'll do beacon and a cabin call. Let the flight crew get out of their seats first. And then we can come over here to ground. We'll reactivate GSX. And we're going to go and request deboarding. And all the doors are closed.
Boarding requested.
And that should take care of that. So we're going to get a jetway. Oh, somebody left his taxi lights on. Really bad about that. I'd also like to do chocks and a GPU. And then up here, jetway goes to the correct door. That's something that's really nice about these airplanes. And then here comes cargo. Oh, look at this. They're doing individual bags. They're not doing cargo containers. Man, I would not want to sling individual bags off a brute like this. I'd want to see cargo containers out of that. And deboarding has started. Since we're letting GSX do that, you could walk back in here and come up here. I think we need to come back to this one for this door. And there's the door. There's our jetway. And I think, yep, there's a flight attendant, although she is currently in violation of the laws of physics. Occupying the same space at the same time with another solid object causes, she might need like Excedrin or something like that a little bit later. We're going to come up here now and everybody's ready, so seatbelts can go off. Seatbelts are off. Let's turn on the logo light. It's starting to get a little bit dark out there. And you'd actually see people. We got another Delta that just came in. So Delta Land is starting to pick up. No Tylenol. I don't know, Scott. Something about that. The pet carriers. Well, they would do pet carriers. I don't think that they're going to put a pet in a. They're not going to put a pet in a. In a big cargo container. So they would definitely do that. That's Captain Chris that came in. Captain Chris stayed up late tonight. Thanks for doing that flight. Let's see what else we got going on here. So there is a general aviation event that is about ready to start kicking into gear here in the Boston area. Stowaways, yeah, they usually hang out in the landing gear wells and then end up becoming popsicles by the time it's time to land. So not necessarily the best way to get around, for sure on that one. First flight, a little bit of a break this week. Our first flight is going to be on Friday. And instead of Frankfurt Friday, we're going to recreate a flight. And this is one that Lovis found very hard to breathe. Not very good if you've got asthma or something. So I put a link in here to a video. It's over on YouTube. You should be able to get it. This is a video all about DHL cargo flying. And this was a really cool video as far as getting to go and see behind the scenes at something like DHL. And I really enjoyed this video, and Lovis figured out the airports for our flights. So basically we've got an airport here, it's called Liege, and you can get a payware for this that Lovis says is very, very nice. And this one should be a nice departure. It's a big cargo operation in Brussels. And then we've also got a nice airport for Milan, and that's going to be the arrival. It's not the longest of flights for this. There should be a bunch of ATC for Friday night too. So we'll be basically, it's a postman flight. And if you get a chance for the next 2 days to take a look at that video, it's about an hour. It's a good dinner time video if you don't want to watch anything else. And that one might be a really fun, let's recreate a cargo. I think, again, one of the things that really got my attention watching that video was just how spot on our A300s are. And so, you might find that as something that's kind of nice. Gonna try. I've been working and learning how to use the new little pocket camera here. And depending upon the weather and a bunch of other stuff, I was going to go out and try and do either a video at a local museum that's got a train at it that I think is kind of cool, or a behind the scenes here at Spy HQ and how that works. So we'll probably go ahead and figure all that out, and our next flight is going to be on finally Friday. In the meantime, I don't think I've got any of the graphics set up for that yet. So I do have the icy cows, and I'll just put that in if you want to copy those down. Flyers, Hookham, welcome aboard. Flyer Studios, welcome aboard. It's been a long week for me, and my voice and my brain are about ready to really just go and start vapor locking here. So as opposed to me just, babbling along and saying things that are rather ridiculous, let's go ahead and do that. We could also do some A306 spotting at Billings. I would actually like to do that sort of thing, and one of the things that I'm hoping for is maybe eventually down the road, being able to get permission to go and do things like A306 spotting at the airport and see what they do. So this little camera, I've got lots of groovy little ideas. I'm not sure what's going to work, but we'll give it a try. But I would like to do that. Captain Chris, thank you for flying along. And let's see, this jetway is moving over here. Well, I thought that jetway was moving. Anyway, I guess it really isn't. So I certainly hope that you are having a really, really nice, St. Patrick's Day holiday, and that things are going good for you. I hope all is, just having a really good time. One of the things we always like to talk about is, helicopters. There is a live streamer that does a lot of like helicopter kinds of, nope, I don't see that. That one's not working out. They're not there anymore. They're not there. Okay, let's see who else is there to raid. I thought there might be a helicopter thing coming up. Stu is doing ATC Anchorage Center. So Anchorage Center, fly Conti. It's Conti that's doing a helicopter flight. Let's go to Conti. We rate Conti an awful lot, but Conti's doing helicopter flying. It's a very different kind. Slant Alpha is doing, Slant is doing the Comanche. Why didn't I see Slant Alpha Adventures in there? Let's get Slant Alpha Adventures. Let's see if I can find that. This is the new airplane that just came out. Let me try and find that. And it looks like it's a really groovy little airplane here. Where's Slant? There we go. And doing this VATSIM event. Thank you. That was really good. Thanks, Tim Dog. So it's about ready to begin. You'll be getting in to see this airplane. It's the brand new airplane, so this should be really nice. So thank you, Tim Dog, for that. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you for putting up with the bad jokes and the restarting the simulator a gazillion times and all those other crazy things that we do on the Spy Flight. But thank you also. There's been some nice support today, some resubs, and a few other cool things too. But thank you most, as always, for being such great Flight Sim friends. Thanks for flying with me today on a special day. I can't wait to see you Friday for our cargo flight. In the meantime, I'm going to cut it here and stop rambling. Thanks for being here. Till we get together again, please stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the Friendly Sim Skies Friday. Cheers.